Chester's back again. Hey, I want to, in appreciation to the guy who invented the number zero. Thanks for nothing. Anyway, I would have a good live stream tonight if there was good people around. Just kidding. You're all good people. You're all good people. So really, I was gonna do a little bit of commentary. I was gonna do some trivia. I have a tale to tell, you know. But so I'm just gonna hang out a little bit, see what happens. But I do want to go into Frank. Frankie is a black bear. I know I've talked about him before, but I don't know if I can reiterate it enough. It'd be cool, like, if I had someone on the panel who could say if they could still hear me, because I want to go in and out and read this story to you guys. Not a story, just a little blurb about it's amazing, really. And trust me when I tell you, I mean, I literally saw this bear, and these bears, and even that Kodiak bear. And people will say things like, "Oh, that's so cool. Bears you know, in a trailer," but it wasn't like that. That was the only two shows they would do a year, and it wasn't like the Bears would do a show. They weren't. It was more like what was amazing was how the Bears loved the people. And that guy, Jim, is a big guy, right? But, tall, like, but that Kodiak Bear would come, and I think it said it was 1,500 pounds or something. And you saw the claws on it. And I'm sorry if I'm not saying F every other word. I was just looking at somebody's live stream, and every word they said was F. And sometimes they're like right in the process of them being kind of mean. Like, and I could see why they were doing what they were doing. Not exactly why, but I could, understand the way they might look at it. Okay. What, but right in the process of it, getting $5,000. Like, if that's not fucking, and they're like, in this real, like, it doesn't even cross their mind to put it in the bank and, you know, use it for something. Like, I don't know. I remember the first time I took my daughter to Disney World, man, I cried watching she got picked out of the thing. Yeah, I did. I did. So anyway, I'm just gonna read this about Frankie because if anybody I mean the trivia that won't go over good because what am I do play trivia by myself? I did like kind of work on it, find some, but I get it. That mob mentality. Um, so I get it, I get it. Much safer to be standing over like on the crowd, on the side with the pitchforks and the what is it? Grab your torches and your pitchfork. Like, yeah, I'd be burned at the stake by now. Isn't that crazy? I would. And it'd be in one like those people must have had to be mean all the time. That's probably where they get that from, where some people get that kind of mindset. I bet you it's from like probably in the days of when they were killing people for being a witch or being this or being that. I mean, I definitely would be um killed anyway because if you weren't married by a certain age, they literally used to auction off the women. I know people don't, you realize that, but true. Anyway, it is true. It's funny because anyway, let me just read you something here. This was from someone I thought was a friend 15 hours ago. Oh, yes, she goes low. She went off on a tangent about her childhood and her mom. This is me. I go low, but I'm talking about myself, okay? I'm talking about myself. Uh, So I don't really understand if anybody can possibly tell me how this is going low. Hi, Sean Mac. If anyone could just tell me how this is going low. If I'm talking about myself, but somebody is in somebody's comments saying this about me, okay? They go, 15 hours ago. Oh, yes, she goes low. She went off on a tangent about her childhood and her mom calling her pond scum when she was 5 and how crushing that was for her. I agree. Terrible thing for a mother to say. And I suspect her mother had mental illness. Fucking bitch, man. Talking about my mother that's dead. However, then went on to say that how could I do my job, which I will just say it involves children, when I am rotten like her mother and look into kids' eyes and think they are on. That's not exactly what I said. Well, it is exactly what I said about the pond scum thing when I was 5 and what it was. I mean, prudently, oh, I'm sorry, I did say your name. God forbid. I did say it. I'm sorry. I guess it's because it's right there in print, and usually people want credit for their work. So, I mean, you know, why would I deny you the credit of that view? Taking like something that had happened in my childhood and fucking making it look like I'm going low, like I'm swinging low. No, and what I said about your job was I said it just makes me wonder how a woman can relate to children and their job if, they're going to use that. Because that's not the first time she said that. You know that that's the, it wouldn't matter what you're talking about, but that they're hanging on every single word that makes them pathetic because they go low attacking you. I know, but right before it, they say, I go low. And just, and I know they are, and I'm going to give it to them early this time. All I'm going to do is, and this is for commentary purposes only, okay? Commentary purposes only. Okay? I'm going to be just repeating their own stuff, okay? Like this is the script, okay? Oh God. Am I gonna have to wake up every morning to apparently someone accusing me of being a suicide troll? Now I'm sorry, but I do see a lot of, a pattern of griefing. I did it at some point, and I'm sorry, when the same people have been doing it for a year and so diligently, I would call it griefing for somebody who could possibly have some grief over the situation. It's just so weird in my hand. I don't like that. I'm not bitching either. I am just finding this strange. It's just commentary, entertainment purposes only. So I'm to assume that you think that we are suicide trolls. So I'm to assume you think we are suicide trolling you, pointing your little finger. Okay? Now, this is after 70 comments, only on one video. There was 50 on another, there's 100 on another, all bashing me. Like, oh, I know, right? That was what I was saying earlier. Pure evil at work there, and it was like the devil called her up and said, "Here's $5,000." Right, right online while she's being like, I usually can find something to like in Debbie, but and I'm not a big fan of Spaceman, but the way she was talking, it was not in the best light. It was a disappointment, to be quite honest. Uh, for her to say that she knowingly does that to people, and to tell him, he's not the first and he won't be the last, you know, to tell him, what did you think? You didn't know that? You didn't see the video where I kept $1,000? That's what she said. And she was like, remember, like crying before? But it was like, it was like, I don't know. So let's go on. So her last thing on the thing was, and so now I'm to assume you think we are suicide trolling you. So that was after I made a video. What comment? No, I don't care. Go ahead. Don't leave it if you want. I think it's um trivial, like for her to waste money like that. Like, I mean, come on. That could have been a nice little vacation or something. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's just how I feel. Um, so anyway, we're all entitled to spend their money the way they want it. It was more to me like, wow. I immediately called to see if I got my taxes or any of my stimulus checks yet, and I didn't. But they fell right in her lap while she was being mean. I know, I know. I'm sure she was mean to him. Like, it's like, they can't admit they're wrong, now, because then they can't apologize or anything, because they'd have to be saying whatever. When you do something like that right on social media, that's pretty fucked up. So anyhow, that's why I just keep talking in here, because I know she's live. Of course, I go live. Um, so I'm gonna just keep talking and whatever. So the next, like then the video that the person made, I'm just commentary. It's for entertainment purposes only, okay? Because, like, to break it down, it really makes no sense. Like, even that comment that I just read, like, I go so low, but using my own childhood to tell me I go low, okay? That doesn't even make sense. So then it goes, but then you're at another live stream laughing and joking about a soft top car and my eyebrows blowing off in my soft top convertible and having a joke and saying, "Oh, come over to my live stream, he, after this one." Okay. Then there's like a pause in the most meanest way. I mean, who the fuck do you think you are? You're fucking warped. Can anybody tell me how that makes me warped? Anything I just read to you at all, how that would make me warped? Inviting people to my live stream after someone else's get it over, laughing and joking. How does that make me warm? How does someone using my fucking bad childhood memory and then they all joined in? There was like a shit. I'm telling you, there's like fucking. Well, I just didn't want to leave it up to you. Like, well, I appreciate you asking. Whatever, fine. Appreciate you asking. I do have some good text. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, not text questions. Trivia questions, but if I got no trivia players, I mean, I think that's pretty fucked up. People don't want to play trivia. People don't want to play trivia. People don't want to play trivia. You can't shoot a bullet and take it back. Oh my God, I really want to tell you about Frankie the Bear. Oh, I'm so glad you asked. Thank you for asking. Because I did not want to think that I was telling such an important thing to people who weren't listening. Frankie the Bear, Sean Mack, and if you would share it on your channel, I'd love it. Because listen, this is the thing. I know we all go through like thinking, oh, and it's sad to give money to that, sad to give money to that, sad to give money to that. But for 25 years, this man and his wife have been running this, they call it, I guess, a ranch or whatever the heck it is. It's in New York, this big place. And you could tell like all their money goes on the animals because they don't dress well. The bears, I mean, they're with bears all the time. How are they going to dress anyway at all? But let me tell you this story. And um, I'll have to keep coming and check in to see if you could hear me because you know how like sometimes it cuts out. So anyhow, okay. Frankie the bear. Every minute I'm gonna have to keep coming back. On July 24th, 2012, a young wild black bear was brought to us. He had been hit by a car and was paralyzed in a coma and had a badly broken leg. The story of his recovery is both amazing and inspiring. Everyone who was involved in helping him was taken in by his incredible determination. Are you guys still there? Oh, wait a minute. I'm not even there. Hold on. Dang it. That's the only thing. Hello? Hello, hello, hello. I did see a little bit of it. And I said hello to Ace and she didn't say hi back. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. I don't know if you heard any of that, but it kicks me out when I do it. You guys want to play trivia against each other? Or if there's anybody here that wants to play trivia, it's a good story, but what I need is like more people to hear about Frankie, and I kick myself out, and I need to the people to, yeah, I got there at like some 10 after or something, whatever it was, 10, and she was there. Ah, yay! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was like a fucking ticker tape parade right then. Are you wrenched? Because that's really Ace. You should be wrenched. So like, does Ace have a wrench right there, Ace? There's so many clones going around. Good morning. Is she wrenched? Yes, yes, wrenched. Then I take it wrenched. Yes, good, good, yes. Yay! Oh, thank God. Thank God. You know who else I'm gonna re-wrench is X X, because I miss her too. I mean, I miss all of them, but better be able to tell, that who it is. And I'm dying to tell the story of um Frankie the Bear, and and with everybody in like such uproars and oh, don't donate to this, don't donate to that. I thought this would be a great cause to donate to, because they have like this Amazon wish list with they need like nuts and stuff, and they'll need like 100, and they only have nine, and it's so sad they had to sell their rig. What they used to, it was air conditioned and piped in music. And if you saw the bears, if I had two devices, I would show you guys the bears. I mean, man. And I saw Frankie. Frankie was there. Like, I'm not lying. I saw them. And I can't imagine. They must be struggling right now so badly because of the COVID. I know. I felt like it was like, those ticker tape parades where like the cannon explodes and all the confetti comes out. That's what I felt when I saw Ace's name. That's exactly how I felt. Like there was a ticker tape parade going on. I know, right? Christmas is a time to say I love you. I love Christmas songs. What's your favorite? I love them though. I really do. I like and I just like all of them. My one of my favorites is, oh, can you come on my live stream right now and I can, there's a video of Frankie, and uh did you see him on the bed? I mean, I seen that bear. They nursed him back to health. He was in a coma and paralyzed. Even if you come up on my screen now, you can at least tell me if you can still hear me when I'm telling the story about what happened. And they brought him, that not the first year, of course, after they had saved him, but I had that at my Christmas. But God, if you look at these videos of these bears and this guy, and I just think that maybe if food was abundant and all was well, like, I feel like nothing would attack each other. because I came face to face with a bear before, and it walked away. But even when I'm in the ocean, I feel like a shark would like me and wouldn't eat me. I know that sounds silly, but I just feel like that. And I feel like the bear would like me and wouldn't eat me either. And we could be friends. And they would say, she's in war. She's friends with a bear. Have you seen them spooning? That's what that guy does with the bears. Spoon. You should have seen how happy the Kodiak bear would be when a guy would come in there. I mean, he couldn't give him enough loving. And the bear's claws were huge, huge. Well, I heard like if you run from the bear, which I almost did. I know, you got to hold a koala under your kilt, Rachel. No, sir. Um, I don't know what nonce road is today. Isn't nonce like a internet word? They're on nonce. Ooh, oh my god. What the hell was that? That was not my cat. Did you guys hear that? My cat here is right next to me. Glass was right there. Oh my god, did you guys hear that? Wasn't that weird? Oh, weird. I'm afraid to go look. Lulu doesn't usually knock anything over. She never jumps up on anything. She's got a little bad foot. A little curved in. I know, right? Oh, hey. While there's you guys is here, why don't we, uh, your cat's throwing up? Aww. What's she throwing up? Oh, you guys want to hear something gross? Nah, I can't even tell you. It's too gross. So gross. This girl was just, her cat, I swear to God. Um, all right. I want you to tell me what movie this is a movie quote, okay? Tell me what movie this is from. I'm gonna make him an offer he can't refuse. And I'm keeping score. Whoever I see their answer first, I'm gonna make him an offer he can't refuse. Oh, you know what? I think Lulu did something because Tucker went in there and looks like Lulu probably was in there. Not Scarface. Hi, Kelly Marie. Not Scarface. And then, so Tucker got up, went in, must have, yes, Godfather. Rachel Reed got that. All right. RR got 1 point. Okay. I'm all right. How are you? All right. Who played? Who said that? Who said the? Okay. Who said that line? And what was the name of the actor? So if you get both, you'll get 2 points. If one gets one, you'll get 1 point and 1 point. Okay. So I want the name of the character that said it and the actor that played it. But it can be separate, like, you know. No, no, no. I'm not reading a book. It's a quiz. We're doing a quiz. It's trivia. Trivia. The character in The Godfather that said, I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse. What was his name in the movie? And what was the actor who played him? And Googling is allowed. Anybody need me to repeat the question? Yes, okay. Don Corleone. And spelling does not count. Okay. So Sean got one. And what was the name of the actor? No, we're off the movie. It's the actor. Yeah, but who was the actor who played Don Corleone? No, people could Google. It's like a speed thing too, you know? Speed of it, you know? I'm trying to think of another movie he was in. Think of him as like um younger in like a black leather jacket and Stella. He said Stella in some movie. Stella. I don't know, something like that. It's the same actor. Come on, his son killed somebody. I think it was his son who killed somebody, right? What a messed up guy that guy was, huh? Come on, you guys know who it is. Yes, Marlon Brando. Kelly Marie got it. Where's the pen gone? I would say for 2 points, who wrote the book, but I don't know. That'll be a timed one. Da-na-na-na. Who wrote the book for 2 points? The book, The Godfather. All right, time's up for the 2 pointer. All right, another movie quote. What movie? Yes, Sean Mack got it, so we're gonna give him the 2 points. Okay. Next movie quote. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. I can't do it the way she did it. Oh, I just gave you a hint. Just keep swimming. Just keep. That's the movie quote. Just keep swimming. Yes, Dory is a character. He's got that one. And Finding Nemo. So now she's got the other one. So now she's got 2 points because that was another question. And who played Dory? Oh, wait. Kelly Marie got Finding Nemo before Ace, but you got Dory. Okay. I'm going to give you both a point for that. Because I wrote it down in ink. We already got the Pooza. Ellen DeGeneres, yes. Spelling does not count, so Ace got that one. Yeah. Okay. Wow, my printing is so nice and neat right here. All right. Um, Next movie quote. What movie is this from? You make me want to be a better man. You make me want to be a better man. All right, I'll repeat it. What movie is this quote from? You make me want to be a better man. I guess it was kind of like, yeah, yeah, Sean, yes, okay. Kelly Marie got the movie, Sean got the actor. And I have one more question on that movie. What was the actress's name that he was saying that to? I don't even think I ever really saw that movie. The female actress. She was from like a sitcom. What was her name? Not in the movie, but in real life. Yes, Sean Mack got it. I saw it before Rachel. So even like how it appears maybe to you guys, but it's just that I see Sean showed up before. I got that one. Rachel, you gotta be faster. Spelling doesn't count, so don't worry about spelling. Okay, next movie quote. Wax on, wax off. Don't forget to breathe. What movie is that from? We only got three trivia players here, but I got four written down. Yep, Ace got that one. Karate Kid. Helen Hunt already has been answered. Kelly. All right. Who was saying it? Ralph Macchio was going to be one of the one of the answers. So I'm going to give that to Ace. Ralph Macchio. What was the name of like the who was saying it? Yeah, Mr. Miyagi. Yeah, Sean Mack got that one. And what did he call Ralph Macchio? Remember, he had a name for him in the movie. Mr. Miyagi would refer to the Karate Kid, Danielson. Yes, Sean got that one. Okay. All right. What? Okay. There was another movie that Ralph Macchio was in. Okay. And it had a large cast of characters. And do you know the name? I think it's the S.E. Hinton or something. The same lady who did Rumblefish. Who knows the name of that movie? Ralph Macchio is in it. And name three other actors that were in it. Yep, Outsiders. So I got that one. And each one is like, if anybody can name three actors, the first person, you don't have to name up like each person, just name an actor. Get a point. Get a point. Get a point. This is a free for all point. Free for all. Everybody's gonna get a point if you can name an actor in that movie and not Ralph Macchio. Yep, Steve Thomas. Can you say his last name now? You gotta have his last name. Come on. I'll give you the C. Thomas. Matt Billy, yeah. Matt Damon was not in The Outsiders. Matt Dillon, yes. Rachel Reed gets 3 points for that. Extra point here. What other movie was C. Thomas Howell in? This one was with Drew Barrymore. What was the name of the movie? C. Thomas Howell was in it with Drew Barrymore. No, Matt Dillon. C. Thomas Howell and Drew Barrymore were in a movie together. What was the name of the movie? And remember, Googling's allowed. Uh, yes, Sean Mack got that one. E.T. Sean Mack screws in. C. Thomas Howell was in another movie with Rutger Hauer. Like we're down to two people. It's a match between Rachel Reed and Sean Mack. C. Thomas Howell. Now this is why if you guys Google, it's good because whoever's the fastest typing in and fastest Googling. C. Thomas Howell and Rutger Hauer. Name the movie. Oh, I'm down to one person. What the fuck? Alright. Something good must be going on out there in YouTube land. Look at that. I'm left all alone. Got zero. They hate my quiz. What's going on out there, huh? Something good going on in YouTube land? Let me look. I gotta check it out. Let me see. Let me see what I'm missing. What are they doing? Bashing me in there? Just kidding. Just kidding. I don't know. Everybody dropped out of the game, I guess, Rachel. Sean Mack won. Bottom line. Yeah, I know, right? They all left. Oh, I was kidding around because I thought I thought maybe they would not bashing each other. Like, I thought maybe her and Spaceman were like facing off. You know. You know what's funny is, can you hear me? Yeah. You know what's funny is his like some people will disappear, right? And then like I don't know, you start to think maybe some clones are the same. Not clones so much, like stock accounts and clones. You know, like Janice Dickinson. Like what do you think that is? You know, starting to think it's a kid. I'm starting to think it's somebody who doesn't know anything about any of us. You know that? I'm starting to think it's just a actual troll that just says the most violent things, but they are not, their facts aren't correct. Like they'll say stupid things and then think they've got your middle name and say like Tracy Marie, but it's not my middle name. So like they're like fishing. It makes me think it might be a kid that just has been watching and watching. And I don't mean like a kid, little kid. I mean like just somebody who is liking to be fucking with the community kind of thing. I didn't see Tommy's live. It's okay. Go where? Tommy? Tommy who? Are you talking about Tommy D or Tom Reed? Who are you talking about? Tommy Live, the Broadway show? The who? See me, feel me. Huh. The only thing I liked about the Pinball Wizard was the Pinball Wizard. Oh, Tommy Highway is by? Yeah, that was earlier. Did you see me in there say hello to you? I was so confused in there. I get so confused in there sometimes. They talk, big stuff, big words, big stuff. Yeah, I know. But there's like three Tommies in the community. Plus there's Tommy from the Pinball Wizard. Right? Thank you, Sean. Appreciate that. I really do. Hey, Tommy D, how are you? We were just talking about you. All good though. All good. In fact, you and Sean Matt got me in a good mood one day. Believe it or not, tough to do sometimes for me, you know? You got a good stream though. You both got, lucky, like, you got your little kid. You got a nice yard there. That nice, path. Is that like is that your yard or was that on a hiking path? Because I know you've had deers crossing yours too. I was driving home one night and there was this, huge buck and it was just standing so still. at the edge of the road, like in somebody's driveway. Nice. Looks really nice. Looks like it was a nice day today. It was rainy here. But this buck was standing, it was nighttime, so like it's sad to me sometimes, 'cause they're so close. One time I was driving home, every time, like every story now I'll start with one time I was driving home. One time I was driving home. I got a couple of stories that start with one time I was driving home. And oh, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, I know now. Um, I was driving home and fucking there was this cat dead on the side of the road. This black cat, but it was near where my friend lived, near the apartments where she lived, and it looked kind of like her cat. So, and her name was Nolanda. And so I went to her house and I told her, I think your cat is dead at the side of the road. And the same day was like the Kentucky Derby or something, the Triple Crown. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know what the hell it was. It was a horse race, okay? Horses were running at the teletrack kind of thing. My friend was going. And it just so happened there was a horse that was running named Nolan's cat. And her name was Nolanda, and her cat was dead by the side of the road that day. And I bet on it, and it came in third. I didn't win much, but still. Dang. I like all the horse races too. I think that is probably the most exciting 2 minutes in sports is horse racing like that. It really is. I watched something where and I didn't know they would do this. I did not know they would do this. And I hope they don't do it anymore. But I watched this thing where, and it was like a well-known horse, but for some reason I want to feel like it got studded more than it actually raced. But when it did race, it broke its leg like pretty quickly. And they actually put up a screen and shot it right there. I didn't know they did that shit. Did you? Man, that was fucking brutal. I know, right, Tommy? Is this the first time you've been to my stream? Because I talk a lot, but be crazy if I just sat here and mimed. I'm over here like acting out a horse race. Of course, I'd have to use the camera then. I mean, I wouldn't like, mime with the avatar. That'd be ridiculous. I mean, it only makes sense to mime my live stream if I'm gonna be on camera. Thank you, Tom. I try to amuse myself, and sometimes in the process, I might amuse other people. And the funny thing is that when people say, "Look at her," they think they're cracking on it. Look at her, she's just talking to herself, and it's like sometimes I think I am just talking to myself, but not like really. Like it's nothing against the people that are here because I love them. I really, really do. And when I look and I see you guys there, and when I get scared and I need you guys, and I look and you guys give me this encouraging vibe comes through the internet wires, and and then it makes me feel better, and then I can go on. So even though sometimes I might not always look at the chat, don't think I don't appreciate it when I do see you guys there, right? Am I talking loud? You know what it is? Sometimes Adair has a hearing problem. I love Adair. But you know what I noticed is sometimes when I talk about somebody, they show up, and I like that because I said something about Ace, and she popped in. And then I said something about Tommy D, and he popped in. Well, Rachel did because I know she's going to pipe up and go, "No, sir, I said Tommy." Uh, but she knows I love her. If you got to have a Rachel Reed in your life, you may as well have the best, right? You know what's funny is, I don't know, like, however she got my phone number, which I know how she got it, but she's not going to say it. Nobody talks about it. It was on the bathroom wall at the bus station, but don't tell people. So. Shh, there's only four here. It said, for a semi good time call. It's kind of, and they even drew like a little emoji of the hands kind of shifting back and forth, or kind of, maybe. What is that thing they call it? Like, I don't even know why I just thought of it, but I do know why because, um, I was watching some weird movie before where there was a hole in the frickin' wall of the bathroom in a public arena. Not arena. Not like there was a concert going on. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I'll be out for the encore in a minute. Hold on. Uh, let me clear my throat. What is wrong with me? Nobody answer that question. That's not one of the quiz questions, and you don't get a point for it. So, guys, want any more trivia questions? Here's one that nobody ever seems to get. Sean and Mac is such a smarty pants, and we've got all the smarty pants of YouTubes in here. You know what somebody asked me? How does it feel to be the most hated person on YouTube? I said, you tell me. Again, what the fuck? Like they've been, it was like written, when I saw it, it was written like 3 hours ago. Fucking, I'm like, oh yeah, like they made it all around YouTube in 3 hours just to be sure I'm the most hated person. Like they know everyone on YouTube. Suppose, with my popularity, I could be perceived as that way. Well, I feel like it's kind of complimentary, you know what I mean? Like, there's probably a place where you can purchase merch, like with my face on it, with a red circle around it and one of those big X's going through it. I just want one slash, though, not a big X. I mean, come on now. Let my little smile, and your little finger is pointing. Haters, but really lovers. Really lovers, Sean. Someone's got to love you if they sit through, if they sit through that's why I was nice. I was kind, and I just said a little tiny thing in the beginning, but they sit through 3 hours and 15 minutes of a live stream to bash me about that I said I was going to be polite. They're like, you know what I mean? I gotta give them for, you know, their diligence. Is that it? Like they like to say that a lot amongst themselves. And we have our diligence. It's like fighting William Wallace. Wasn't he from Scotland? Right? William Wallace. Uh, hey, anybody know the quote from that movie? I do. It was one of the questions. Here's one. I know, Sean, but your troll is doing everything wrong, and that's the problem. That's why they do it. Because, see, the more clones that you have going around making you look bad means that is the level of how good you are, right? Okay? So, say you've got 3 or 4 clones going around, Sean. That's because you've like managed to touch that many communities, probably more, but they just don't know that yet. Or you may even have more. You just don't know, right? So something about freedom. What are you gonna say? Freedom of speech? Well, then don't even, because then that could be, the same thing that you are saying. That well, I'll wait till you answer first. Oh, Sean, your troll is not as cute as you are. Well, that's the thing too, like the personalities of it. Like I've noticed this round of trolls isn't as vile. For some reason, the first round of the trolls thought I was like a nymphomaniac. And everywhere I went, I wanted to be in a circle jerk. And that's true. I mean, not true that I wanted to be in a circle jerk. True that, true that, true that. Is Tommy still here? He must be like, what the fuck did she just say? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What can I say? Except anything that comes to my head. You said about William Wallace and what was the famous line? It was. They may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom. Yes, you were right, Rachel Reed. And thank God I didn't fucking think that it was what I thought you were saying and be all like, thank God, right? That's what I say. That's what I say whenever I ride my horse around the yard and paint my face blue. And then I try to rally my neighbors. Usually I just end up riding up and down the street. Roscoe running behind me. He has a tiny flag. No, I was thinking though about putting him up on the horse with me. Because, you know, oh, here she goes again. That is so crazy. I think um, that song, Girl Crush, I think that's how Rachel feels about me, but I'm just saying. Yeah, she says, my sexy. See? See? You made Tommy D leave. Because now look, if he thinks you're hitting on me and want me to wear boots and he doesn't know what the hell's going on now. Rachel Reed just professed her love to me. Don't propose to me here. Don't propose. Good night, Tommy. Come back again and don't think I'm too weird, please. Just think I'm a little weird. I mean, I kind of ramble on because I learned it from you, Tommy D. No, just kidding. I didn't learn that from you. You don't ramble on. Sometimes I just dig myself hole. You guys ever notice that? I have. I have noticed it. I'm choking on my own foot. Open mouth, insert foot. Get it? Ha ha. Oh my god. So anyway, enough about me. Let's talk about you. What do you think about me? Oh god. I know I am, and I really want to tell you guys about Frankie. Killing me here. I wonder if it'll let me keep saying the whole thing. I mean, I certainly don't want to read the whole thing and then you guys didn't hear. All right. I'm gonna take a roll call right now. Roll call. Uh, Mac, Mac, Sean Mac. Is there a Sean Mac here? Oh, I don't know what it was. No, I think it was Lulu. Tucker went out and had a word with her, and then she came in the living room. And I still don't know what it was, or if something broke, but I think Tucker went in there and said, "Oh, okay, read, read, Rachel, Rachel, read, read, R. Why is her head exploding?" You read the book, Mac Danny. What is she talking about now? Ow, something hurt. What was me? That was in the video about me too. Let me just tell you another paragraph. It's kind of funny, right? It's all for commentary purposes only. So after the whole, I was laughing and saying, "Come over to my live stream after this one." So I was like, then they were like, "Who the fuck do you think you are? You're fucking warped, wanting to be laughing and shit." Even though that wasn't what I said. Did I explain to you guys what I had said? What I said was, I heard there's this eyeliner you can buy and it has like metal in it or something. Not like that metal that's gonna hurt you or something. Tiny enough that fake eyelashes with magnet in them will stick to them. I find that very interesting. Right? I find that very interesting. But it was joke. I was joking when I said, what if I was in my convertible and my fucking eyebrows, I mean, not my eyebrows, my eyelashes move? You know, like I got one stuck somewhere else. I don't know. And I don't know it. It's like sideways or something, you know? At the time, it was funny. I didn't know it made me so fucking warped. And so that was the couch. I didn't fart, by the way, as much as you may have wanted me to. Saving that for when you guys are really good. There's a lot of people here. All this is just on water, Isn't that crazy? Naturally funny. So evidently, they were even like the asking me and Rachel Reed like that. And then this woman comes in the room and says, "Who are you talking to?" And this says, "Who are you talking to?" And I have to be friends with just I don't know. Like it's not their business. How about that? Oh well, it's not their business. And and then this other like person made a video, saw, where she named everybody. Quite frankly, I can only remember one, or no, two of the animals she used. The other two I can't remember, but she used four animals to be the people that yeah. See, it is funny, right? I got told that who the fuck do you think you are? You're fucking war. That was what they said to me when I said that. Like, what if my eyelash moved in my convertible? And I was like looking at people and my fucking eyelashes stuck to my sunglasses or some shit. I don't know. Right? Fucking blows him up my nose while I'm driving. I suck it right up my nose. I gotta go to the fucking emergency room. Nobody's ever done that before. Had a false eyelash up their nose. One time I was trying to get up from my couch, and thankfully it was a long time ago, so like, my daughter was still living with me because, I could have still been there, but the spot between the back of the couch and the, you know, the couch, like where you sit, but then there's this like crevice in there where a lot of, so not interestingly, what? Wait a minute, hold on. What are you guys talking about? I'm gonna tell the animal story. Forget it. No, I'm saying it. I don't know what's going on. It looks like Vanimal story. Is there a backslash there? I was confused. Thought it was vaginal. I quick glance. I'm even tired of me. No, you don't want that. You ever see the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air when you know how many fucking stories I start and then I read the chat and then I don't know what I was saying. But anyway, I'm gonna quick go to this one. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, when him and that girl were his date were stuck down in the basement and he wanted her to open the can of something because she had fingernails and she was all snotty about it and she was like, "No, you do it," and she popped off all of her fingernails and then she took off her wig and took off her eyelashes. Do you remember that? And the look on his face was hysterical. Oh my god. Hi, S. Tanger. Oh my god. The look on Will Smith is pretty funny in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. You got it. He really was. What if I ever did it? I don't know, in Fresh Prince. You know another one was funny? When they got arrested. I liked Fresh Prince. That was one of my favorite shows. When they got arrested, him and Carlton. Yeah, what was it? Firth, Lind, and Meyer. was the was you know, the law firm. Oh, Carton Bank. And I don't know. Bertha Meyer. I don't know. I guess he wasn't a partner yet, right? Anyway, they got arrested in the Mercedes. No, I didn't like Martin. Mm-mm. I just didn't like him. Although, what was his name again? Martin? Isn't that really his name though? Isn't his real name Martin? Martin something? Martin Martin? What if your name was Martin Martin? Love Willie. Free Willie. Love Willie. Love Willie. Smack it. Rub it. No, what is that? What is it? Flip it up. Smack it. Rub it down. You can do me in the morning. You can do me in the night. Martin Lawrence. Yes. Martin Lawrence. Yeah. Smack it up. Flip it. Rub it down. That girl is poison. I know it's a whole nother song, but isn't it the same group? Oh, Festival. Spell Biftido. No, can't say it 10 times fast. Spell Biftido. Spell Biftido. I don't think so. Try that one 10 times fast. Spell Biftido. Spell Biftido. Spell Biftido. Spell Biftido. No, it's hard. That's a hard one. Try it. Which way to Willie? Willie, Willie, Willie won't go home. Oh, you can't push Willie won't. Willie won't go. Keep on telling everybody to. Whatever. One of my favorites. I was just a wee one, just a wee lass in the Highlands eating haggis, wearing my kilt and my galoshes. What do they call them? My wellies, my rubbers, lotion, wet willy. I'm reminded of a wet willy fondly. So anyhow, I remember one time. All right, all right. So listen to this. This one time. Nice. So you guys are lucky that I feel like I talk to myself because I wouldn't say things if I thought there was people here. But this one time, there was this guy. It's like dating him, right? And he seemed to be like, you know, manly, I say like a lot, but I'm sorry. Um, Tall, broad, rode a motorcycle. Like I think maybe he had an ascot. I'm not sure, but has been in fucking James Bond again. Whatever. No, leather stuff like that. Anyhow, I gotta get something to drink because my lips are sticking together. You know how that is, Rachel, right? I'm sorry, just kidding. Hold on, you guys. Wait right here. Hey, I'm back. You guys still here? So, so listen, right? So, kinda, we were dating, so fooling around, and he wasn't so, manly in the men's department. You know what I'm saying, right? A little lacking in the packing, right? So anyway, I was telling my friend, not that I do that all the time, mind you. This is back in the days of, hey, like before my daughter was, oh wait, yeah, before my daughter was born, like when you're in your early 20s and, you're getting, you're out, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And we dated too. I mean, God, what? What am I never supposed to sleep with them? Please, please, the nefarious nuns. What's nefarious? Somebody give me the definition of nefarious, quick, before I throw that out there in my nasty nuns, I could say. Like a gaggle of witches. Anyhow, so, because, how your friends are that, that are around, and they say, and they say, like, how was it, whatever, and then you tell them sometimes. Sometimes people don't tell them, sometimes they do. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, for the most part, you really probably shouldn't tell people because I have lost a boyfriend that way. And I still regret that. Not because, like he was, actually, he looked kind of like Mr. Burns from The Simpsons. That's a whole nother story. Um, you know, no, I saw it, Sean. I was just like trying to, like breeze over it. But the way you say it looks like I would have to notice it. Ugh. Come on, Tucker. Simmer. So I was kissing and telling. Okay, we've all agreed. Not the best thing to do, but I was. I was young. I was only my friend, that one girl. And she said, his name was Bill. Okay? His name was Bill. And she said, and he was tall and, looked pretty, like a nice, manly man looking. I don't like usually with blondes, but he was like rugged looking. That's the word I'm trying to think of, rugged, okay? And, and she said, oh, so what you're trying to say is Big Bad Bill is Sweet William now. It struck me as funny. Big Bad Bill is Sweet William. And it's funny. I got other funny stories if you want to hear them. What do you think of some? Yeah, there was one I was just going to tell you and I forgot. Oh, nefarious. Somebody was supposed to tell me what nefarious means or whatever. Nefarious, Nefertiti, necromancer. I'm down to one. Must have been my singing, not my swinging. If I was swinging, people love that. When I just sit and swing. And swing back and forth with one of those big round lollipops. and my hair and fucking pigtails. And every once in a while, I just get mad at the camera. Mm. Oh my god. Told you about that time my daughter was getting the lollipop stuck in my hair. Um, it was like a lobster shaped lollipop. They're very good though, very red. Like I like a red. I like lollipops. Not all lollipops. Lollipop, lollipop, oh lollipop. Bum. You're my sweetie baby, honey pot, whatever it is. I don't know. I don't know the rest of the word. Damn it. Now I'm angry. Make a video about that. I do believe this warp gets even through an empty water bottle. Psychological counseling is what she needs. Oh my god. Mm. Ah, thank God. Water. Otherwise, did I tell you about this time one time? This time one time? Want me to? I will. If you really want me to, I'm gonna. I was doing my nails and you have the fucking super glue, right? Did I tell you this already? Mine up. Like my boyfriend was next to me and my little girl was there. Well, because, that, anyway, just, we all lived together. It was, how it was. And, I don't know why I feel like I should explain shit all the time, blah, blah, blah. Oh, the story of the guy with the not a great package is over. Yeah, because, Big Bad Bill is Sweet William now. That was the end. Trump. Now I forgot the other one. I'm thinking. And I said my daughter was there. Oh my God, what was it? Totally forgot. I knew I shouldn't have looked at the screen. Oh no. Oh my God. Oh, um, it was about to doing my nails. That's what it was. I remember. I got through it. Woo! I had to work my way through the whole lollipop story that I never finished, and then into, like my daughter was young, and then I got it all back. Uh, so I was doing my nails, and the nail flipped and hit me in the lip, and my lips instantaneously stuck together. But unfortunately, I had put a lot of glue on the nail itself, evidently, I guess, and it kind of dripped all down my fingers. At this point, I don't even know how it would have even gotten on the other hand, but I guess maybe it just did. This glue just got everywhere, and so my fingers all stuck together, my lips stuck together, and I was like, and and he was laughing so hard like that, and then he says, he called to my daughter and said, "Come look at your mom," like, and again, they were both laughing at me. He was like, should we, you know, should we help her? Should we help? Rachel was little then. She was in first grade. You ever remember times in your life when you were content, like that you could specifically remember it, like detail, like even the feeling and just I don't know, funny. I read a book one time. It was a movie. It became a movie. The Bridges of Madison County, and um, they you know, the book was very comparable to the movie, so it's really good how they were. I'm sorry, the movie was very comparable to the book. Uh, two great actors, anyway. I mean, you really can't go wrong with Clint Eastwood and Meryl Streep. I saw her in another one time too, called Falling in Love. Yeah, the book was good too. It was very easy to imagine them both in the roles, and it was such a small book too. And Debbie was talking about a book today, just in case she happens to listen, which I'm sure she's not. But the book she was talking about today was Go Ask Alice. That was the book she was reading. And I always thought it was real too. Did anybody ever read that? That's that one the Jefferson Airplane sings Go Ask Alice when she's 10 feet tall. Oh yeah, right. Um, you know what else is a good movie? Bonnie and Clyde. You know what? You just remember that movie with Warren Beatty and Faye Dunaway? And you remember one of my favorites was in it. I can never remember his name. Gene Hackman. That's the guy from that basketball movie, right? Hoosiers or something. And so funny. By the time like I look at something, I go, really? And then I'm like, I don't know what is going on. So I just keep talking. So yeah, basically, yeah, talking to myself. Talking to myself and feeling down, hanging around. I can't really sing like that. Like I'm like an off tune. My sister used to be. Our rooms were right next to each other. Oh my freaking god, she would drive me crazy. You know what song she would sing over and over and over again? Was Jolene, 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 Jolene. Oh my god. It's a good song, but she would hack it to pieces. That's terrible. But yeah, so I don't know if there's a bunch of other live streams going on. Like, isn't that weird? Like, did you know that that's just so weird that Tommy came in here? Did I not see him? Like, had he been in here before? Like before you said his name, Rachel, or was that like just a fluke? Was that just a fluke? Or I didn't see him say something? Because that's so weird? Oh, so let me tell you about who's here still. Anybody? Anybody at all? Yeah, you're right. People could be going out again because You know what's throwing me off is that when it says how many's in here, it's not counting, correctly or something. Isn't that weird? Um, how many stories have I started and not finished so far? A lot. All right, so I'm really gonna try to tell, but I have to go out unless Sean, unless you can come up and at least just stay on there so that I can read, because when I have to go out, it goes into the Chrome, which is what my StreamYard's in, to show me the story, to pull up the Orphan Wildlife Center, to pull up Frankie's story. And then, so I can't see the chat anymore because I only have one device on my phone. So even if you just came up and um, just said, oh, we lost you, can't hear you anymore, or something. Because I have to keep going in and out, like every couple of paragraphs, just to check to see if you guys can still hear me. You know what I mean? It'd be nice if you would. Somebody in here. Anyway, anywho, I wonder what Dolly Parton like looks like at. Yeah, even if you're on your phone, like you just have to just pop in just with the avatar, and while I'm reading the story, just if I if all of a sudden you can't hear me, say, "Oh, we lost your sound." That's all you have to do. You don't have to say anything. Oh, then she'll say something. Also, I'm just gonna. You, Rachel, you know I'm joking. You know I'm kidding. I said anyone, anyone. That's what I said. What was that? What's that song? What is that? Oh my God! Remember you played it with your hands. I'll dress in black, black, black. It's the first beginning I can't get. Hi,
Hey,
hi. All right.
now what are we
I,
gonna do?
all right. So I'm gonna go. I think my avatar still stays on there, but I'm not sure. It
Uh-huh.
has to because you'll still hear me.
Okay.
So my avatar does stay up. And
All
then,
right.
but you know how sometimes, well, I don't know if you know because you have two devices, but
Mm-hmm.
I only have one. And
Yeah.
sometimes if you're reading something and you like minimize the screen of the StreamYard,
Yeah.
it loses sound after like a minute or two. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to read keep reading and you guys can't hear me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Uh,
Oh, Miss Mary Mac, Mac, Mac. That's what it is. You know what I'm talking about? That rhyme that you used to do with your hands, Miss Mary Mac, 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 all dressed in black. I don't know
Yeah.
if guys used to do that. Is that a Ninja Turtle?
What an Ninja Turtle?
And your avatar?
No, that's my mountain bike.
I can't even see.
Really? Yeah,
Oh,
that's
you know
my
why? You know why? Because there's something on my screen. Not.
uh-oh.
Oh my God. Really,
I
it
was
looks like
like
a
I
Ninja
was like a
Turtle.
Ninja Turtle. I'm like, what? Yeah.
Hmm.
That's my mountain bike, yeah.
You know what I used
Mm-hmm.
to have when I worked at this strip joint when I was a cocktail waitress when I was 22, and
Mm-hmm.
the people who created the Ninja Turtles
Yeah.
are from around this area, and they used to love going in there when they first like sold, like it started becoming this brand, like they
Yeah.
were just these potheads, and they take the limo to the local strip joint, like they were,
Yeah.
and they would draw all of us all the time the Ninja Turtles and sign them. all over the paper plates and the napkins and everything.
Yeah.
And before somebody's real famous, and that's I don't even think the movie was out yet, or so. I don't even know.
Yeah,
But
they were big when I was in elementary school. Just going into middle school. That's when I think they became really popular.
yeah, they blew up, and they were just these simple. That's why they were showing. They were like, no, look, they just did this like on a paper
Yeah.
plate, and that was
Yeah.
it. Like, yeah, the head of the turtle, and it was just the concept of it. You know. Okay, so
Yeah.
all right, so Frankie. Now this, whenever the fair would come around, the not Trigon, it was like the Eastern State Exposition would come around, and they would do this fair country. They're called, like they're in New York,
Yeah.
and but they take any animal like that is hurt. Like if there's a possum and there's babies in the pouch, which you
Mhm.
don't think that, you know,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? If it gets hit by a car,
Uh-huh. Yep.
yeah, and there's like babies inside the pouch, and um, I myself have never seen any around here, but those flying squirrels.
Yeah.
Do you
I
see
haven't
them?
seen one in person. No, I've seen them on videos, and like movies, but I've never seen a flying squirrel in person.
Yeah, me neither. And apparently, I guess, 'cause I watched there's a wildlife like live cam I watch, and it's in North Carolina, I think, and they have flying squirrels, and up there in New York, they must, wherever they're around. So anyway, this particular bear, there's a whole story behind it, and thankfully, what could have, normally I think they probably would have shot the bear, if it was hurt as bad as this one is.
Yeah.
I think that's even like their normal practice is just to shoot a bear if somebody sees it. But anyway, it's really amazing, and because of everything that those super gliders. No, I don't like. Those are the ones that those sugar gliders. Those are from another country, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, that's I don't. Those sugar gliders. They are cute, but I don't know. It's bothersome to me, like those sport animals in like the rainforest losing their homes, you know. But these
Yeah.
people, I feel like probably this land was probably in his family or something, and he probably loved bears forever. But if you could have ever seen this Kodiak bear, and at the fair everything is expensive, but not that. That was the best thing you could go see. It wasn't a show. It wasn't like he was standing there amongst these bears with a whip, you know? He would
Yeah.
walk in and the bear would spoon him.
Mm.
Like if the bear was lying down sleeping,
Yeah.
you'd, this is going to be boring because the bear's not paying attention. But he'd lie down and the bear would spoon him like he was a teddy bear.
Wow.
And it was incredible. And I mean, man, just to think that when I saw on Facebook that their gig was not their gig, rig, their rig, like their truck, it was, it folded out. It was a big 18 wheeler or whatever, but it
Yeah.
folded out. It was all air conditioned inside. It was huge, had swings and everything. And he spent a lot of time in it. It was only for this 3-week fair, and he didn't. It was $3 for two people, $2 for one, and you got to stay in there as long as you want. And I'd always ask for when he was going in to interact with them, him and his wife, because
Yeah.
those bears are their babies. And
Uh, They're in New York, you said?
yep, the
Wow.
Orphan Wildlife Center, the
That's
Orphan
where I
Wildlife.
am. I gotta look it up. I'm in New York. I'm on Long
Oh,
Island. Yeah.
let me tell you something. When I saw they had to sell that truck because of the COVID,
Yeah.
you know, they only did the two fairs for, you know, to get money for to feed them. But
Mm-hmm.
now, since they've expanded so much into like opossums, squirrels, foxes, any animal that somebody finds, the crows, anything, if somebody sees a squirrel and its leg is hurt and they're like, I don't know what to do with it, you call them and they will come and help. They don't put it down. They nurse
Yeah.
it back. And the woman, she had put they they'll run these little. This is the first time. If you go back through their old videos on their YouTube channel, you'll see never in their description do they say, if you could possibly, help us out with donations. Never did they say that until this past year when the fairs got canceled and they had
Yeah.
to sell their truck.
Mm-hmm.
And um, so I know because of the fact that they only used to be $1 to get in. And then when they raised it, it was only by 50 cents,
Yeah.
and everything at the fair was like a beer was, $8, French fries were $8.
Right.
Everything's expensive except the
Yeah.
best thing there. So
Mm-hmm.
anyway, so um, just to finish the possum story, they were back. They went and set them free, and the next morning she went and she looked, and she like shone a little light inside the little house, and they were all in there wrapped in blankets and shit. After they set them free, they came back, all the possums. It was so
Mm.
cute. The animals
Yeah.
come back to them. So this is the story of Frankie. Okay. You can still hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good. All right. So here we go. And he was there the following, I think it was maybe the year or two after. Um, but now, you know, the story of his recovery is both amazing and inspiring. His ability to overcome a terrible situation and accept a lifestyle that was totally different than anything he had ever known has been remarkable. He was in a coma for 3 days. When he finally woke up on the fourth day, he was paralyzed. He could only blink his eyes. Remember, this is a black bear, by the way. You still hear me?
Yep.
If ever you can't, just say, nice to me.
Yeah, you're
He
good.
could only, huh?
You're good. Yep.
He could only blink his eyes and move his mouth. It did not look good for him. We began feeding him baby food and raw eggs through a syringe. His legs were stiff and his head was limp. Now remember, this was a wild bear too. Um, but on the sixth day, he began to move one hind leg. By day 7, there was slight movement in head and arms. Because of the severity of his injuries, we decided on the first day that if things were not better, after 1 week, we would put him to sleep. Well, after 1 week, of course, we had fallen in love with him, and putting him to sleep was no longer an option. So we decided to keep trying. If he was ever going to get better, he needed a name. We started calling him Frankie. That day, he started eating solid food. He could slide his head up and down while lying on his side. We began physical and massage therapy on him. They have the pictures of his x-rays and stuff here, on the site if you go to it. And I mean, I can't believe these people, like, you know, did physical therapy for him and everything. By the ninth day, he had a good appetite. He was able to hold his head up and to eat chicken hearts and liver, which was his favorite food at that time. I put my finger in his ear. Bears hate that. And he was able to shake his head. The following day, our veterinarian began laser therapy on him. His badly broken leg was still not set. She felt he was not strong enough to be put under anesthesia. He usually laid on his back, but by the 11th day, he could raise his front arm up 4 inches, then press his hand down and raise his shoulder up. By the next day, he could raise his arm all the way up, cross it over his chest, and roll himself over. Oh, just like a baby again, huh? He started to pull himself around his small enclosure. He was making a lot of progress. The video below shows the very first time Frankie moved. It was absolutely miraculous to see. It gave us all hope that he could indeed be saved and was fighting to live. The video is sad to see. but also joyous and exhilarating as it meant so much to see him move. We knew he had a chance and that he was a fighter. During these first 2 weeks, we fed him all of his food by hand. We spent a great deal of time flexing, extending, and massaging his limbs. We also worked on improving the range of motion in his head, neck, feet, and toes. And at no time, and they put this in capital, you can still hear me, right?
Yep.
They put this in bold print. At no time did he ever try to bite us. He never got mad and was never afraid. Now remember, this is a wild bear, but they said that it was so underweight. By day 14, our veterinarian felt he was strong enough to set his leg. Both large bones in his left hind leg were badly broken. The operation took almost 5 hours. She put rods through the center of the bone. It was a very big job, but everything went well. By nature, bears are active and inquisitive. A big concern was that Frank was quite capable of pulling his stitches out. Even worse, if he did not keep his legs still for at least 6 weeks, the bones would not heal. We kept him in a small enclosure to limit his movement. He lay on a bed of quilts and had a pillow for his head. Our washer and dryer ran 24 hours a day. He loved his quilts and never destroyed them. It is hard to believe that a wild bear would accept being kept in a small area and kept on a bed of quilts, but he did. He seemed to be grateful for all the help he was receiving. At no time did he give the impression that he was unhappy with his surroundings. It was amazing that a wild bear could become so trusting of humans. He actually enjoyed our company. In the days after the operation, he became stronger and more coordinated. He slowly regained the use of all his limbs. Frank was able to sit for a good part of the day, and he was even able to scratch his head with his good hind foot. His progress was both good and bad. He needed to stay off his broken leg in order for it to heal. 1 week after his operation, he was strong enough to stand up for the first time. There was no stopping him, but he learned to hobble around without putting pressure on his bad leg. For Frank, the best part of his recuperation was the menu. He was eating things he never knew existed. Frank loved peanuts and fruit, especially peaches, watermelons, and strawberries. In the beginning, he liked chicken hearts and livers, but after a while, gave them up. We offered him all types of meat, but he does not like meat. He's not a meat eater. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. That's awesome. That's a great story. Um,
They
I'm
would put
sure
his
it
to
took
go
took
ahead.
a lot of time for him to recover. And people like that to take in animals and bring them to a sanctuary, right? You said they got a sanctuary.
Well, it's just
Um,
the two people. It's like their house. It's their house, but it's on like large, bear country they call it or something. And they would put the pillows inside jelly donuts.
yeah,
And yeah, and it was just so crazy. And then they show pictures of him, and he was, we decided that, oh, Jim would not go to the New York State Fair. So you must go to the New York State Fair then, right?
yeah, yeah.
You've been to that, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And you've
Yeah.
never seen them?
No,
Are you
no.
sure? It's a big
Yeah.
truck, and it says Bear Country on the outside. It's like a big 18-wheeler.
It's been a while since I gone. I mean, I could have, but they may have been like calling it something different at the time. So
Yeah.
it's possible I did see it, but
How long
it's
does yours go on for, your state fair?
oh, I don't know, probably a week, maybe 2 weeks.
Okay. I have to
Yeah.
go out and come back in. Stay right there, okay?
Yep, I'll be here.
Okay.
Yeah, Rachel. The Russians and their bears, you're right, they're crazy. The Russians aren't afraid of the bears. Um, I've seen a lot of that. Yeah. They get right in the cage with them and stuff like that. But I mean, that's risky though. That's very risky. But yeah, the Russians and the bears are something else. You're right about that, Rachel.
Have you ever lived in Boston or like around Massachusetts anywhere?
No, no, I was born in New York and then I had moved to Florida for a little while.
Oh, because you sound like you have a little bit of a, like a southy kind of accent.
Yeah,
Yeah, like Boston. Yeah.
that's where you are now. You're up north.
I'm like more towards the Berkshires.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
like
So,
the people in Massachusetts, they say car, and stuff like that. I'm going
well,
out
I
to the
don't know if
car.
you've ever heard Prudently talk, but she is from a different part of the state and she has a completely different accent as well as like I do. And then people from Boston area have a different accent. It's
Yeah,
funny. Yeah. It's like it's not the hugest state, but it's funny how like each state kind of has an accent. Isn't that weird?
yeah,
An
yeah.
accent?
I never heard prudently speak.
Oh yeah, she's got a nice voice. She's got a very nice voice. Hmm. But that is weird to think about it. I wonder why, like, there's a southern twang and why they
Yeah,
lost it coming up this way. Like,
yeah.
what would be the difference that would make that? Like, I could understand another country having a whole
Hmm.
nother language, but to have that accent, I wonder what makes that happen.
Yeah. Just like people in like Tennessee or like Texas have a different southern accent than like Floridians do. It's just strange.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and even just having three different dialects, um, would it be called dialect? Uh,
Yeah.
you know, yeah, like in Massachusetts, or even how it goes from Cockney to, I wonder if it's just the people. Well, that's just weird because for England, I would say maybe it was the people who were living in the area, like rich or poor.
Yeah.
But for here, the southern twang in Texas is the same for all Texans, and the Boston is the same for all Bostons. So it doesn't have anything to do with, you know, um, income in the United States.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
just
that's true,
strange.
Rachel. Over there, they call shopping carts, the buggy or the trolley or stuff like that. It's weird. Yeah. I have a friend that lives in North Carolina that is from the UK, and he calls it, instead of a shopping cart, he calls it a buggy. And I'm like, would you please stop calling the damn thing a buggy? It's a shopping cart, man. But over there, they're used to that. They don't know
It's called
anything
soda
else.
pop. That gets me. If somebody calls it pop,
Yeah.
soda pop, I'm like, soda. It's not pop, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, Michigan they call it pop. Yeah, I have a friend in Michigan, he calls it pop. I'm just like, what? I'm like, it's a damn Coke. It's a
And
Pepsi. It's not a pop.
and you do grinders, right? You eat grinders, right?
Um, well,
But that's what you call them.
yeah, people have, called grinders, hoagies, all kinds of stuff. I mean, I call it a hero, me
Oh, you
personally.
do?
Yeah, yeah, I call it a hero first and foremost. But yeah, people do use the grinder term,
No, it's funny. I never thought about a hero sounding like the Greek hero,
yeah,
but they're two different things. But it's similar. I wonder if it was kind of derived from it.
could be.
Yeah, I had a gyro from. Is that how you pronounce it? Gyro.
I say
Uh,
gyro. People say gyro. I say gyro. But they're delicious, though. I mean,
they're
that's
delicious. I love the way you talk. I like your
yeah,
accent. They're delicious, though.
yeah,
I
they're
had
good.
one from Arby's. Are you near an Arby's at all?
Yeah, we have one left by me. Yeah, it's like 10 minutes away. That's like the
Yeah.
only one of two I think left on Long Island.
They had two. You could get two different kinds of sandwich or two of the same. And one of the choices was a gyro, whatever.
Hmm.
And you could have lamb, turkey, or roast beef, which, you know, of course, although kind of leery, I ordered the lamb, but it was delicious.
Yeah.
Do you like lamb?
Yeah. Yeah. When I go to New York City, I go to the Slovakian places that have the actual meat on the rotisserie,
Mm-hmm.
turning.
Hi, Ablavi.
And they slice it off. Hey, Blavi, and they slice it off, and then they'll put it on the skillet for you. Cook it up a little bit more. Then they'll dice that up, and then they'll put it on your pita bread with your tomato, your lettuce, and the yogurt sauce that they use, which is
Tzatziki.
delicious.
They call it tzatziki, or I don't know how to pronounce it, but it is good, isn't it?
Yeah,
That sauce
abs-
is best, man.
yeah. I'll eat
Is
two
that
of those gyros, no problem. One's not enough for me. I gotta have two of them things to hit the spot.
That's what I did. I bought two for it was two for $6,
Yeah,
and I bought two, and I still have half of one left because then I bought uh like a carton of house lo mein. You know, you're
yeah.
just feeling for something, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I finished that off today, and I'm the leftover queen. What's your favorite thing to cook? Do you cook?
Yeah, yeah, I cook. I like, I like to make like chicken cutlets and vegetables and stuff like that, you know.
You know what I
Um,
haven't had for a while is a good shake and bake pork chop.
yeah,
Those are pretty good sometimes.
yeah. I'm not a big meat on the bone type of person, but I do eat pork chops. But like chicken on the bone, I don't eat. I don't eat steak. I'll eat like the what do you call that? The the steak tips, the beef tips, but it's boneless. So the
Right.
only thing like on a bone that I eat is pork chop. I'm just funny like that. If I can picture the animal when I'm eating it, it skeeves me out. So
But
I
don't
try.
picture it. That's what happens to me with eggs.
Yeah,
Eggs, if I think about it, I feel sickly after I eat them.
yeah. I
Mm-hmm.
do okay
Yeah.
with eggs, but like anything with a bone, though, I'm just like I'm
Now,
leery of it. So
lamb chop bone, like, you know, the lamb chop,
yeah,
you know, like that on the bone,
um,
like a rack of
not
lamb.
really.
Lamb.
Yeah, not really. I just stick to pork chops. That's the only thing with a bone that I'll eat. Even like, like my sister-in-law will be like, "Well, I could, take the like when we have a family gathering." She's like, "I could take the chicken off the bone." I'm like, "No, I still know it came off of the bone." So I'm just crazy like that. So I buy chicken cutlets and then I slice them very thinly, put them on the skillet, make them like that, and then make like some vegetables and like rice or something. And to me,
You know what
that's good.
I had one time was a schnitzel. Isn't that with the schnitzel? Is that am I saying is that the right thing? It's the pork chop. You know, it's like Polish or something like that, or German
Schnitzel,
schnitzel. Yeah, is that? Am I saying
Pol.
that?
I think it's German. I know they have Wiener Schnitzel, but that might not be what you're referring to though. But
I like that. I like different kinds of food like that. You know,
yeah.
I'm a big foodie. I
Yeah,
really am.
Polish sausage is really good. I like Polish sausage on a hero with like peppers and stuff like that. I get that at fairs a lot when I go to like the fairs and festivals.
When we
You
used to
know,
have the Italian festival, remember those? They would have the Italian fest with the grease pole.
yeah, yeah, we had Greek ones too. Yep.
Don't see those anymore.
No,
Uh-uh.
very, very few and far between. They are
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, and that was a big thing, you know. It was that a big, you know, thing, but something that was an event every year and watching them going up the grease fire. I'm not Italian, but they had good food there.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Schnitzel or German noodles. Okay, so then I'm thinking of something else. It is not the noodle, it is the pork chop. That's battered and it's It's like tenderized, like
Uh-huh.
they beat it to tenderize it, and then they batter it to batter it.
Yeah.
I
When I
can't
was
think of
in
what the
Florida,
name.
we had this thing called the Strawberry Festival, and they had all kinds of food there. Though every ethnicity, ethnic type of food you could think of, different
Right.
vendors and stuff like that, and it was great. So
Every time I fucking pin a blobby on the screen, it's like I got one of those 1-800 numbers things up there. Not 1-800, not 1-800, not free, like not free.
why? Because of that avatar?
Yeah, with the boobies. I
Yeah.
forget it's a blobby. Like it
Hmm.
looks like like a supermodel, like one of those ones that are they're oh my god, they're famous, they're popular now. The Harley Quinn, like
Yeah.
that kind of, you know what I
Hmm.
mean?
I do.
Yeah, yeah,
Absolutely.
like that kind of look. You know, sexy animated, sexy
Yeah.
animated. Remember
Because
in
I don't
Patch
have the screen on. I have the comment thing on, so I'm looking at the comments while talking rather
right,
than having the screen on. That way I can just because I'm
I,
not on camera. If I was on camera, it would be different. Then I would be showing to them. I would look frozen if I was doing this. But since I'm off camera, I'm
better that way,
keeping it.
right? It's more
Yeah, yeah,
relaxing. Yeah, yeah.
absolutely, it is. Yep.
I like that movie, Patch Adams. Now, I was hearing you the other day. You were talking about your daughter reading.
Yeah,
She's a reader.
yep,
Yeah. And I was like, that's cool that she's a reader. Um, but no, not 1-800. Definitely not 1-800. 900. Those are the paid ones, right? Like she's definitely at least 6.99 a minute. In a good way. What I'm doing? I'm digging a hole of myself again and putting my foot in my mouth.
hmm.
You go, right?
That's all right. That's all right.
It was a
I just
compliment, really. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
that she's beautiful. Yeah, she's beautiful.
Hmm.
Um, but I absolutely forgot what I was saying. Like Patch Adams, were we talking about Patch Adams? Yeah. I
Yep.
never saw that movie, Good Morning Vietnam, though.
Oh, that was the best. Yeah, that was a great one. I watched that one probably 100 times in my life.
Did you really? What was it
Yeah,
about? What was its friend? Oh, I know what it was. We were just talking about your daughter and reading.
yeah,
You should get her the book, The Art of Racing in the Rain. Good night,
yeah,
Ablobby. And I hope to God Ablobby doesn't think I was meaning. I meant like Harley Quinn, like a good thing.
yeah.
You
Have a good
know what I
night,
mean?
Ace. Take care, Ace. We'll see you later.
You
Yeah, she's read so many books. Like she was over here Sunday for Father's Day, and we were gonna just shoot some basketball for a couple
nice.
hours and stuff. But she
Hmm.
brought a book. She brought a book with her. She brings a book everywhere she goes. And this
That's
book,
so awesome.
yeah, this book was like 500 pages big though.
What was it?
And
Was she reading Twilight?
I don't know I forget what the book's name was.
Hmm.
I didn't really look at it, but I saw that she had a book. Everywhere she goes, she has a book. But I noticed that the bookmark was only like 20 pages in. So I said to her, I says, wow, it's going to take you a minute to read this book. And she goes, not really. In less than a week, I'll finish this book. And I was like, wow.
That's awesome. You got a success right there on your hands.
Yeah.
She got nowhere to go but up. You
Yep.
know, yeah.
Yep.
You're reading like that, then that's where I, I, love and light to you too, A. I think about that sometimes, how, I bet you there's many people. And do you ever do interviews, Sean?
No, no, I haven't done any. No.
Does Tommy?
He's starting to do them in Kensington now with the addicts in Kensington.
You know
Um,
what? One of the questions I would be interested in knowing the answer to.
Yeah.
And if because I know it would probably be hard for somebody to even say, um, but because I thought about it one day, what a different world it must be to people who can't read,
Yeah. Oh yeah,
right?
absolutely. Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I can get that. Yeah. Mhm.
yeah. Like looking around on it, and and somebody saying to you, "Oh, hey, look at this," and them handing you something, and like maybe shaking your head and acting like you know what it says, but
Mhm.
like that would be such a block. And I wonder if that, sometimes people say, well, addicts can come from all walks of life,
Mhm.
right? But maybe sometimes there is a common denominator of something that can affect something in some way.
Mhm.
And speaking on this, um, for instance, of how somebody could become homeless and hopeless, I would think would be if they couldn't read, they might feel hopeless.
Yeah. I'm sure there's quite a few of the people that because there's a couple hundred, if not a few thousand people down there that are homeless. So I'm sure there's a good number of them that probably cannot read. You know,
Yeah,
um,
yeah,
without a doubt. Yeah.
yeah. So going in to even apply for a job from the get go,
Mhm.
and that doesn't start with them. That would have started with their parents, really, and their adults that were in their life should have been, taking notice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like how you take notice that your daughter has a book in her hand all the time, and
Mhm.
and that
Yeah.
is great. That's a telltale sign that you've got somebody who wants to learn and go everywhere in the world, because you can go anywhere when you're reading.
Yeah. And I
Hmm.
myself, I was an addict until she was 6 years old. I'm going on 11 years clean, right? I got clean in 2000, late 2010. So the end of this year will basically make 11 years for me. But even the first 6 years of her life, I was still a good father. I always did stuff with her, and I was always around. Her mother and I were together until she was, um, yeah, it was about 6, yeah, because we've been separated about 10 years, so it
And you've
was,
been clean for as long as you guys have been separated almost.
yeah, yeah, to
Do you think maybe
roughly.
you were using because of the situation, like it was inadvertently, so not even being aware of it, that maybe there was some kind of a connection to that? Do you
Well, I
think?
started way before I met her mother. Um, so I may have been using more. Um, for those first 6 years, but I was an addict for like roughly 10 years before her mother and I even met, you
So
know?
well, you don't have to answer this, but did she partake in drugs? Not your daughter. I'm talking about the mother. So would that have
No,
made it hard to leave, or at least even if somebody doesn't do them, it's when you want to quit. It's just even seeing the person, like being in the same situation, the same thing. And maybe you have to just leave everything behind, like to be totally clean, even though you were doing drugs before you were with her, but to break free of them, she had become a part of the
no,
routine
she
of
didn't.
them.
She wasn't an addict. Like she did partake in taking pills, opiates. She
Hmm.
didn't do heroin like I did. Um,
But not, but you know how sometimes a place can make you feel like partying?
uh-huh.
Not so much like a person partying with you, but it can be a place. Like you could be driving past where, and I don't mean you specifically, I mean just, talking
Yeah,
in general, that's
yeah,
why
yeah.
people change their whole, change their whole group of friends and everything, even if some of them don't use. I
Yeah.
was just wondering if maybe I was just wondering actually, what do you think? What made you? Was it a long process to? I know it was probably a long process to want to quit, but was
Hmm.
it when you finally decided to quit? I remember someone telling me that they had said to their, um, their what do they call it? Your person on AA, your
Sponsor.
sponsor.
Yeah.
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 They said, "Well, how will I know though?" And they said, "When you hear the pop." And they said, "Well, what are you talking about, the pop?" And they said, "That'll be your head coming out of your ass."
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's when you'll know that you want to, you're ready to quit. Like just saying it in their way, I guess. But
Yeah.
was it sudden?
I quit on my second attempt to quit. I did one stint in rehab when I had went to Florida. Um, when my daughter was like 1 years old. Um, and we had moved to Florida thinking that things were gonna be different and change, and they weren't. I went to rehab, and then within 30 days of coming out, I was using again.
Mm.
So it was my second attempt that I got clean.
It's
So
like that saying, can't run from trouble, ain't no place that far.
yeah, yeah. But her
Mm.
mother didn't use like she would, because I got originally got pain pills prescribed to me because of an accident, which a lot of people do. You'll hear a lot of those stories where people get it because of an injury, and then they
Yeah,
turn to heroin because it's cheaper and it's stronger. And that's usually how it goes.
right.
Um, so her mother would take a few painkillers here and there, but she never got hooked on it, thankfully, because one addict is enough to worry about. Two is even worse, you know?
I feel
But
like people who, you remember Archie Bunker was
yeah.
able to sue the drug dealer or
Hmm.
whatever that, and remember they were also bringing up charges against the drug dealer for John Belushi, Michael Jackson. I feel like uh, there should be wrongful death suits, absolutely, for a parent against, or even, loved ones, wives, husbands, whatever their earning cost would have been towards the family once you had, three kids and you're married, and that's what you budgeted for is your income, and then they have a debilitating accident, get put on opiates. The doctor keeps prescribing,
Hmm.
huge amounts. I know so many people that take less than what are prescribed.
Yeah.
Not I don't know so many people, but anybody I know that is prescribed takes less
Hmm.
than what's prescribed because even them they are in their head like, what are they, crazy? You know,
Yeah.
right?
Quite a few doctors
So
in New York have been charged with murder for overprescribing. Yeah.
they should do that more. People should be held accountable, definitely, because you know I do know for a while there that the pharmaceutical companies would come in with lunches and trips to doctors for what they were prescribing and stuff.
Yep.
Chasing the dragon,
Hmm.
chasing the dragon. When that was when I lived in England, the I've never done heroin. I've never tried it. I've never, not ever wanted to because
Uh-huh.
I've always been afraid. Like, what if I liked it?
Yeah,
You know?
it's good.
Yeah.
Yep. That's yep.
And now, can I ask you, did you use a needle or did you smoke it or snort it?
I snorted it. But I do know the effects. Oh, and let me say thank you, Rachel, for the congrats on 11 years. I see the message. Um, I snorted it. But I know the feeling of getting shot up because I've gotten shot up by doctors with dilaudid, which will basically give you the same rush as you would get as if you shot up heroin. So I know how it feels. It goes
But
from
you don't
your
have the urge, so you never had the ability to think you could do that. That's why I always wondered if some people that go into certain jobs, like say a forensic examiner goes into it because it doesn't. it's something they can handle, right? Doing that.
Yeah.
Like a
Hmm.
phlebotomist can handle needles and drawing blood, where a lot
Yeah.
of people can't. I always wondered if part of her rehabilitation program for, people who were hypodermic drug user, needle drug users, if they put them in phlebotomy school, would would maybe uh, uh, help them with that urge of that proceed. Somebody told me it's the process or the routine that they like as well. Somebody who
Hmm.
used needle, that
Yeah.
it was the whole process, the heating up, the thing, the whatever, the cotton, I don't know, this, that, the other thing, whatever they
Hmm.
did that they liked and putting the needle in. So maybe if they were, you know, if they said, oh, well, here's a job that you might be great at, like,
Yeah.
and made them feel like something that everybody was, how could you stick a needle in your arm? But yet they don't say that to a nurse. How, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
Right,
No, that's true. Yeah. I
right.
hate needles.
So,
I
yeah,
hate needles with a
right. And
passion.
a lot of people do. So it actually is something that could actually be, admirable quality if used in the
Yeah.
right way. Right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
So,
true.
yeah. Just a little idea I would do if I was president. That's all.
Yeah. Change
Please.
a negative into a positive. I hear what you're saying. Absolutely.
Yeah, just, because people, if you yourself, as somebody who could have gone either way, right? Which there was no attraction for that process to you. Like,
Hmm.
you wouldn't want to do an autopsy. You know what I mean? If that's not something
Yep.
you want to do. But if somebody finds a fascination in that, then they might be really freaking good at it.
Yep. Very
Yeah,
possible. Absolutely.
yeah, yeah. But and so, do you ever like go to that other? I can't think of the name of the house. It was like a haunted house. Yeah, do you live in New York City or like in like a the because I hear like New York goes from. I've never been to New York. You know,
On Long Island.
hold on, Island.
Yeah.
Now that is like in my head, because I've only seen movies.
Hmm.
It's like totally detached from the island, right? They're not. You can't drive there, right?
Well, you can through the city, but you can't. To get to Connecticut. You know, going north from me, I would have to take a ferry. You know, um, so you have to come through either south from Jersey, and you go through Staten Island, or if you came from PA, you would come through Jersey to New York. Over
You
by
know who
me,
you sound like to me? I'm sorry to interrupt
uh,
you, but now I just got it.
yeah.
Uh, the guy from Everybody Loves Raymond.
Mm,
Has
well,
anybody ever said that to you?
who? What's his name?
Romano or something?
Ray Romano? No, but people have told me I look like Edward Norton, though, which is he's one of my favorite actors.
I love Edward Norton.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen, and Rachel, you're right, ritual is the word we were trying to think of. Ritual. When we were saying about the needle and stuff, like the ritual of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mostly, yeah, Rachel, it is about the ritual. When you're in active addiction, your mind is focused 24/7 on getting your next fix, So every day you're plotting, okay, what am I going to do tomorrow to get enough drugs to get me through the day? And it's a hamster wheel that you just keep going on and keep going on and keep going on. And eventually I got tired of that. So it's crazy. It really
It
is.
is. It is.
It consumes
Um,
your whole life, is what it does.
Hi Ben, how are you? Um, oh, so remind, oh my God, we were talking about. Ed Norton. Did you ever
Yeah.
see Primal Fear
No.
with Ed Norton?
No.
He's the one from American History X, right?
Mhm.
That was a great movie, right?
My favorite movie with him was Rounders because I'm a big gambler where he was playing cards with um Matt Damon. They would go around and hustle people in poker. If you never seen Rounders, you need to see that one. That's a great movie.
Now he plays so many different variations of, roles. And in Primal Fear, he's with Richard Gere, and I'm telling you, I can't believe he didn't win an award for that movie because the ending to that movie is one of the best acting times I've ever seen. Like nowhere through the movie, and I don't even want to tell you, but nowhere through the movie do you think it's going that way. You know who else is in it? Is the lady from Fargo. Did you see Fargo?
No, I'm not a big
Oh,
movie person. I'm in like a sitcom type of person, or
really?
yeah, and reality like TV type of person. But movies, I haven't seen a whole lot of them now.
Oh, see, that was what me and my daughter. So your does your daughter live? Your daughter doesn't live with you then?
No, she lives with her mom, her mom's boyfriend, and their 4-year-old daughter that they have.
Oh, okay. Because that was movies was a way that raising my daughter because I was a single mom. He paid child support and every other weekend. He had her, but we had a VCR. Not that we were poor, but it just seemed like the VCR always hung on and it was in the TV,
Yeah.
so it was convenient at work. If it's not
Hmm.
broken, don't fix it.
Yeah.
So that was something that on, crappy days or winter days, uh, we could go and pick out VCR tapes. You could get two for $1 at like Savers and stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, and I would always go, oh, this is one to own. This is one to own. And that would be, you spend, $4 on a shitload of movies. You got your whole weekend planned. And that's what she went to, she ended up, she's a, film grad, film school grad. She's triple majored in English grad.
It's like the blockbuster days, when we used to have blockbusters on, like every corner.
Well, she was after the blockbusters, but a little bit young when she was younger. The block, we used to like that going to the video store picking out a movie for the weekend.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And video games too, back when they did video game rentals and stuff like that. Absolutely.
Oh, things were so different. I mean, when to tell kids nowadays, like be home when the street lights come on,
Yeah.
man, that wouldn't work at all. I watched a documentary the other day, okay? And this girl, when they even first showed her picture, like her school picture, and said she was 12 in the picture, it was like
Hmm.
the murder of the Richardson family or something. And it shows a girl, kind of like black and white, the thumbnail, and she's holding a gun, looking down with long dark hair. And I could not believe that this girl was 11 to 12 through this documentary, and her boyfriend was 23. And at what point did they stop looking at what their 11-year-old was doing? I
Hmm.
mean, 11 is still young.
Yeah.
That's very young. That's like a little kid still.
Yeah.
And she had makeup on and was hanging with the 18-year-olds at the mall. At what point? That's what I would love to delve into there, where the way this documentary went was as if this perfect family loses like touch with their 11 year. That's where it bothers me.
Yeah.
If she was 15, even 14, I might buy, even 13,
Yeah.
but 11. and she had an 8-year-old brother. So
Yeah.
they're not even far apart in age. And she slashed his throat and then goes to the boyfriend's house. They have sex. She's out now. She's actually
Mm.
free.
Wow.
She killed her mother, father, and little brother. And I actually must have fell asleep before they said what happened to him. I think he got life. I don't think he's getting out. But oh, I think actually he might be eligible for parole. One, I start. Don't you hate it when you fall asleep and like you start it and then you just remember it and you're like, damn it, I must
Mm-hmm.
have fell asleep for that one. Because the one I started to watch was where the guy killed his whole family and then but he had never had any kind of criminal, you know, history at all. And then he gets in jail. He's a model prisoner. He, like looks told that first they had denied his parole for he had been maybe in for 12 years, maybe maybe he got 12 and he was got out in 8, something like that, something measly for killing his wife and their unborn baby. It was 6 months old.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Rachel goes, "You tell the best bedtime stories." I know, right? And he got out and he killed his family again, another family. And it's like, dang man. I think in order for a parole board to give to have the authority to be given the authority to release a killer, they should have to agree to have them stay on their property in an in-law apartment for the first 3 months or
Yeah.
something, or the first 3 or 6 months. I'd
Yeah.
say 6 months. Yeah, they should have to agree. Just like in Aaron Brockovich, when they said, they poured the water and the girl went to go pick up some water to drink it. And she
Mm-hmm.
goes, "Oh yeah, enjoy that water. It's from that town." And none of them would drink the water. That was such a simple yet said everything, action.
Yeah. On Long Island here, we have the famous Amityville Horror House. You've heard about that or no?
Oh yeah. Have you been there? Have you driven by?
Yeah, I've gone there at night one time, and it was pretty spooky.
Have you
That
ever
the
done ghost hunt?
place. Um, I have um parts, but Amityville Horror. Um, I forget exactly what year that took place, whether it was the late '70s or early '80s, where
The DeFeos, right? The DeFeo family, Ronald DeFeo.
yeah, and
Mm-hmm.
it's so I've been there once at night. I drove past because it's a good ways for me. Like I'm in there's two counties on Long Island, there's Suffolk and Nassau County. Well, Amityville, I'm sorry, Amityville is in Suffolk County also, the same county I'm in. But I am a good 40 to 45 minutes away from it because I live far east. Long Island is from the tip by the Atlantic Ocean to you get till you get to New York City when you go west, it's about 175 miles in length.
Can
So
you
it's
see
very
Connecticut like from the tip? Like if you went to the ocean, would you be able to see New London, Connecticut or something?
you can't see it now. It's pretty far away. I've taken the ferry over many a time to New London to go to either Foxwoods or Mohegan Sun because I go there
Yeah.
quite a bit and I go to Atlantic City quite a bit.
And there's
Um,
that like lighthouse in the middle, or it's not a lighthouse, it's like a house though. You know what I'm talking about? It's out in the middle of the ocean and you can see it.
yeah,
It's just like a house or something.
yeah. I think that's I forget what island
Like
that's
a
called.
Navy base
It's,
or something, right?
yeah, yeah.
But
They
that's
got a
yeah.
few of those. Yeah. They got a few of those, and you can only get there by
Imagine
boat.
living out somewhere like that though, right
Hmm.
out in the middle. Like that'd be crazy. There's
It
no
would.
way that.
It was.
But
I mean, because you got to go take a boat to go do your damn shopping for the. I would shop for a month. First off, I'm not going once a week on no damn boat to go do no shopping and stuff. You know, you would have to do it like monthly because that would be such a chore to have to do that once every week. You know.
now is that on? That's on an island, right? It's just a rock island, though, right?
Yeah, yeah, it is. It's a rock island. Yeah, yep. But it's a good
Now in
amount of land.
Michigan,
You
like
know,
what?
it's a good amount of land. It's not huge, but it's not small to where it can, just
And
drift away. So,
it's been there
it's
for a long time too. So
yeah,
it's weathered some, some waves and shit, 'cause it's way out there.
yeah, yeah.
Like there's
Even in
nothing around it, just water.
yeah, even in the stormy weather, it's basically protected because it's got the rock walls, I guess, all around it. So it's fairly protected. You would need a major like hurricane to cause any disturbance to it. Any regular like tropical storm that comes over it, that would be no problem. But a major hurricane, yes,
And
that
didn't
that
that
might
like
cause
flood
issues.
before that area in Connecticut has? I wonder how long that's been there. We should look it up.
Yeah,
What is it like? What would they call that? Like the naval navy something?
I'm not sure.
The
I'd have to.
structure in the waters of New London, or it's like a building right there. It looks like a house right in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah, I'd have to
Sure.
Google it to
Googling it
find
right
out
now.
exactly what it is. Yeah.
I'm Googling it right now. I worked three wedding. You know how like inside there, have you ever been to the ocean there?
Yep.
Well, you
Yep.
know how there's like a bar and a restaurant and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I worked three weddings there in a day. I worked a 16-hour day, and I made over $60 an hour. It was so awesome. I
Wow.
never knew that. Well, it must have been the company that I was working for at the time, but I never.
Uh-oh. I don't hear SG no more. Rachel, do you hear me in the chat? Can you put a one if you can
I
hear
can hear
me?
you. I'm back.
Okay,
Okay.
good.
Um, yeah, every time they clean the glasses together, chink the glasses together
Uh-huh.
to, have the couple kiss, I would get tipped $50.
Wow.
It was called for the champagne toast. And she said, "Oh, and you made an extra $450 in your paycheck for champagne toast." Like it was the first weddings I'd ever worked for that company. I'd
Yeah.
been there for a few years, but now like I was moving up kind of. And she said, "Oh, you're gonna like your paycheck this week." And I had an extra $450 just for opening the bottles of champagne.
Wow. That's nice.
It was awesome. Okay, I'm looking it up. So hold on.
I'm here.
Mm, oh,
Rachel said, what did you drive past, Rachel? You drove past the Amityville Horror House, and then she wrote, plus I went past the Seven Gables house that was in dark shadows. November 13th, 1974. What is that, Rachel? That's the year that the Amityville Horror House took place? Or was that because you wrote Red Rum Date? That was The Shining with Jack Nicholson. But I went past the Amityville Horror House just one time. Me and my daughter's mother, before my daughter was born, we drove past there one time at night because, like I said, it's far away from where we live. So we just decided one night just to go out there and drive past it. And that was the only time I've ever gone past it. Yep, Amityville murder date. Okay. Wonder if that guy's still alive that committed that, you know? It could be. I'll have to look that up maybe tomorrow. See if he's still alive. Because he could have been in his 20s or 30s when those murders took place.
I
Hello.
I can't think of what the name of the structure would be. You know what? I was look. You know how the sometimes on YouTube some news stories will pop up on your feed, and it was about children getting dementia now. I'm telling you, I think it's from these phones. My phone. I'm saying it's so hot right now. Like I have it laying down,
Hmm.
but I just can't imagine that. Even though there's so many things saying that, like, what do you think about the 5G?
Do you have a 5G device or is it 4G
No,
LTE?
no, no. I don't care about any of that stuff. I'm just wondering, like, why, if, because I don't really know myself about the 5G stuff, and I'm not
Yeah,
planning on getting it. But I'm like wondering, what are they saying? Are they saying, oh, it's really bad, and people shouldn't use it, and yet they're putting it in everywhere, even though they're saying it's really bad?
yeah.
Like,
I
I
don't
don't
know.
understand.
Yeah, I hope I shouldn't be worried. My phone is a 5G device. I just got this phone. It's the new Galaxy.
Well, did you look up the dangers of 5G?
No, I just looked up the connectivity from my 4G LTE to what I would have with 5G, and my speeds are much faster. That's what I'm looking at is the technology. But I mean, everybody's going to switch to it, so we're all going to be going crazy if that's the case. You know?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, it seems like people, we don't, not a, like, I just feel like if it wasn't broken, they shouldn't have fixed
Yeah. Like I still have my old phone. I have, technically five devices. So I have my old phone, which is a LG Stylo 4, which is a 4G LTE device, and then I have this phone that I'm on now, which is the Galaxy 5G. Um, so I don't know. Everybody's just going to move forward, though. No, nobody's going to stay with the 4G LTE as these newer devices come out. Everybody's going to get them, so we're all going to be stuck with them.
it. Is
I
it
think.
Samsung?
Yeah, Samsung
All right, I'm
Galaxy.
looking it up.
Yeah, A51 5G. Yep.
I'm looking up the dangers of it. The dangers of it. I'm sure you want to know, right?
Sure, why
Um,
not? You know.
all right. Tell me when you can't hear me anymore, because sometimes that's what happens. Okay.
All right.
All right. There is no evidence of a risk to your there's no evidence of a risk to your health. Do you think there is or isn't?
Um, I think there may be. It's putting microwaves into your head. You know,
Can you still hear me?
I can. Yes.
Okay. It says, you know what always kills me though about, oh my God, so funny. If you saw this picture, it looks like, remember before I was saying they'd have t-shirts that said SG with a red circle around it with the crop, the bar going through it. But it
Hmm.
says 5G, but it looks like SG.
Yeah.
Funny to me. Funny. I don't know. Uh, they always call everything conspiracy theories. False conspiracy theories about links between 5G wireless networks and the origins of the coronavirus. I didn't hear that, but that hasn't stopped threats against. This isn't the latest MSC. So I think that I didn't hear anything about coronavirus. Did
Yeah.
you?
No, but I think Corona was a weapon of mass destruction.
Well,
You
yeah,
know,
anything is, yeah. It's that,
without a doubt. And I think there's gonna be another one not too far from now. I mean,
don't say it. Yeah, let's not even talk about it. I
well,
actually I actually got like a warning for that one time.
yeah, I mean, well, I'm not saying the word, but
Yeah. Hmm. Well, I
believe
was
me, I
assuming
know.
what was written. Yeah.
Yeah, I lost my father from that in October, but
Did you?
yeah, he was 73 years old. They found him dead in his house. Because we weren't, he wasn't close with none of the family really. Um, I went there the last time in August to get my mail because I was still kind of using that as my main mailing address, and he looked fine. I was talking to him, this and that, and then in October, I get a knock at the door, and it's two detectives, and they said, "Yeah, your father was found dead in his living room, and he was laying dead there for a while." The mailman noticed that the mail was backing up and called for a welfare check, and they broke into the house and they found him dead. So,
So did
yeah,
they do an autopsy?
yeah. I haven't gotten. I'm afraid to get the autopsy results. They have it ready and everything like that, but I'm afraid to get that. But I've gotten the death certificates, which I need to get because I have his house in probate right now because his house was paid off. He bought it in 1970, and it's a $422,000 house. So me and my three brothers, we'll split that when the will is probated. So, you know, because he left 33% to each of us. So,
Did he
um,
owe any like he did he go into any of the nursing home or anything?
no, no, he lived in the house by himself.
So that's good because at least they're not going to try to, usually that's what it's really bad.
Yeah, yeah, all the equity's still there in the house, plus all the stuff that he has in the house. He's got thousands of dollars worth of tools and in the garage and stuff like that. So,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna have a big estate sale to sell everything and then
Mm,
sell
I
the
don't
house.
know. I think you should well, unless you're not into it, but see, because I would be into that kind of stuff, because my mother, she, was into antiques. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm just real quick, looking at like what could be what. See, these are big words, and they're gonna when both the core and the ring is critical to develop it related and platforms. When is this a date on this? Still looking for if there's something bad with it. Demand for 5G is burgeoning. An upgraded version of 4G network. 5G is far better than 4G and it's faster, wider, and reliable. Who wrote that freaking title?
5-year-old.
Right? Tell me if this is
Yeah.
not the most confusing article ever. Like the person who wrote it wanted to just, sound like they were smart or something. As per the research by tele, tele, telegeography, a total of 114 5G commercial networks, out of which 30 networks in Q2 2020 have been made live around the worldwide. Around the worldwide? The hell
Mm.
is that? Around the worldwide.
Yeah, that's crazy talk there.
Yeah, that's not even proper English and is anticipated to increase by twofold, but they spelled twofold like two, i.e. 2014. Wow, they should fire that person. I wish I could just drive to that office and say, "You're fired. You're
Yeah.
fired."
Yeah.
Let me let me. I gotta kick out and get back in myself, okay? Because I went out of the Chrome, so I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, Rachel, thank you. Thank you for the condolences. I appreciate it. Yeah. Oh, he died at 67 years old. Wow. Yeah, I don't know about the 5G. All I know is I have it now with this
Okay,
this
I'm
one
back.
like that. So I don't know.
Have you ever done a? I feel bad. Yeah, my condolences too for your loss, but I feel like
Okay.
um, uh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Are you talking to somebody right now?
No, I was just responding to Rachel's comments about when the person who did the Amityville murders died. They died at 67 years old because I was wondering if they were still alive.
Ronald DeFeo. Is
Yeah,
that it?
the
Yeah.
the Defoe, Ronald Defoe.
No, I think it's DeFeo. It's
Oh,
Willem
Defoe.
Dafoe is the actor,
Oh,
but it looks the same. You
yeah,
know what? Those were that Lutz family came out and said that they lied about that.
really?
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. They said that they lied about it, and because the attorney something to do with some attorney, because they were upside down in the house or something. I don't know, something. There was more to it. And you know what I thought? Like, you remember when the flies? See, I like the original Amityville horror movie better than the remake. Did you see the remake?
Now,
But you saw the original, right?
uh-huh. Yep.
Right. Yeah. And so in the original, remember the flies that were in the room?
Yeah.
And yeah, I was thinking, I wonder if when, say, somebody gets killed in a house that has hardwood floors like that, if it seeps down in between the floorboards, the blood.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just that's I mean, it probably is, it seeps through. Um,
That
so
I had a friend who, not that I knew him personally, but from the internet, um, that his job was doing cleanup, like if somebody had killed themselves, because the
yeah,
family
those
doesn't
are
want to do that. Huh?
yeah, the hazard cleanups. Yeah, those are that must be some job to have doing that, the hazard cleanups, you know?
Yeah, that's exactly what he called it, hazard cleanup. Yeah,
Yeah.
because I wouldn't even think to call it hazard cleanup. Yep, that's what he said, hazard cleanup. Yeah, and yeah, that because like that's actually something that you would have to hire somebody to do
Hmm.
if like if you knew somebody and they shot themselves, the apartment place, unless like they don't have a family, but if they have a family, it's up to them to. It's kind of weird about the people in the Amityville horror thing. The real murder one,
Yeah.
how they all just were like asleep in their bed.
Hmm.
Like,
Yep.
how is that possible? It didn't even look like there was no other place that they were. I wonder if they had died from carbon monoxide already.
It's possible.
But why would he shoot them? You know?
Yep. It's possible. It's like when people commit a murder, and there's lots of blood and they try to clean it up on their own, right? And they think they did a good job. And then the detectives come in and the forensics team, and they have those black lights and that spray that they spray, and they can find the traces of blood like you wouldn't believe. There's a
Yeah.
lot of evidence that's still left behind. It's incredible.
The thing is, though, is that it seems to be that they kind of pick and choose the cases that they want to, I think it depends on the officer themselves, how much they take that whole title seriously. Like one I watched where he actually had gotten a match from something that was, really, really old, and the guy was moved and he went from Florida. Like he was on the move, not just that years had gone by and he moved. He knew they
Hmm.
were starting to close in after that amount of time that this particular officer had been, going for him. And he went to Florida and he went to New York. And sometimes it's weird. It's like a fluke that it'll be within minutes they could have caught them or saved somebody, or they're just there right at the right time too. You know,
Yep.
one guy I watched, he was this truck driver, the big one, and he would murder girls who'd shoot him and then leave them in a position, like at these truck stops. And so they they knew the color of the truck they were looking for because one girl I think had gotten away and that it was like bright yellow, or there was a reason why they knew that the truck had like odd paint job on it. And so when the guy, the I believe it was somewhere like it would be in Texas where they would call them, you know, the cop, but the head cop, and they call them something different in
Yeah.
Texas. You know what I mean? Like they're
Hmm.
cop, but he saw the truck at a truck stop, but he was by himself, and
Yeah.
of course, he calls for backup, but it's running, and he doesn't want the guy to leave, but he decides he'll just start walking around and yeah, just say, yeah, I was just looking at, just to see it. And the guy was big, I guess, too. And he's thinking to himself, but I was thinking to myself, I think, but he was relaying it how he was feeling at the time. And I could not relate, but he, told a very good, clear feeling, um, how the guy is a killer, you know?
Hmm.
He's bigger than him. He's a serial killer. He's got no backup. He doesn't want his gun drawn because he doesn't want anything known. But then the guy actually does let him look at. He says, "Can I just take a look in your that?" And he looks, and there's blood and blood everywhere. And the guy pretty much was like, and the gun was there. The guy was pretty much just hands up, what surrender kind of thing, but not outwardly. But he knew he was caught.
Yeah.
But could have gone the complete other way. That must be pretty scary.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I like watching the first 48. You ever seen that?
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like one of my favorite shows. I mean, because it's real, and you learn a lot from that show. You see how a lot of people try to get away with murder. Um, and you also see the smarts of the detectives and how they're able to work things and to find people.
It's like they'll just get home for dinner and then they gotta go again.
Yeah, exactly. You're on call 24/7. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It
Like
can be a
they
rough
couldn't
job.
even probably have a beer because, you wouldn't. I think to myself, imagine if they'd gone out and that phone starts ringing at 4:30 in the morning and they got a hangover. That'd be horrible.
Yeah. Yeah, well, if that happens, though, I think like you could tell them that you're out and you're drinking or you're inebriated, and they'll call in a different detective. I think there's special circumstances for that, but for the
I would
most
hope
part,
so.
yeah, they because I mean, a lot of cops do drink, and a lot of detectives do drink because it's a stressful job.
Oh yeah,
So
a lot of
they
them end up
definitely
killing
do.
themselves.
Yeah,
Yep.
yep.
Like
A lot of New
if it
York
was,
City cops have a lot of in the past year. I think 10 New York City cops committed suicide.
is it scary living in New York City?
Well, I'm on the island, so I'm in the suburbs. But like, I mean, like Manhattan, no, it's okay, But if you go into like Brooklyn, Queens, Brooklyn, Bronx, after it gets dark, yeah, it's there's some stuff that's gonna go down. It's there's a lot of bad areas.
I saw a
Absolutely.
movie one time called Dark Water,
Yeah.
and I can never remember the name of where they lived, but they crossed over on this like a sky ride thing.
hmm
What island is that?
I think that's Putrid Island,
No, it was a different name.
or I, but
It
there's a
has like
lot of different islands.
it has like its own like area code and schools there, but it's not a nice. It didn't look like that nice of a place.
Yeah.
And they went. You have to go by on the sky though. Like on those hanging things on the wire. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm, yeah.
Do they still have those?
Yeah, a lot of places do. A
What are
lot
they
of places
called?
do. I don't know. That I'm not sure about, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I've seen that.
And there was
Yeah.
like I want to say like it was like a. I feel like it was like a president's name island or something. Kennedy
Um.
Island or no?
Ellis Island.
Mm-mm.
No, not Ellis Island.
No, Rachel can, yeah, gondola, yeah. Yeah, it was in the movie Dark Water,
Hmm.
and that's where they lived. And the girl was up in the water thing, just like Alyssa Lynn or whatever her name was.
Yeah.
That was kind of weird. What do you think about that thing?
I don't know. I ain't too familiar with it. You
Remember,
know.
she was getting in the elevator. It was like the CCTV, and then she was in the
hmm
water, and the people were drinking the water in that hotel.
Yeah.
In the water tower.
hmm
Could you imagine? You'd never ever get that thought out of your mind, would you? Brushing your teeth with it.
Yeah. Probably not. Yeah. Probably not. It would hard to get that out of your mind. That's for
Roosevelt
sure.
Island. Roosevelt Island.
Roosevelt. Yeah.
Is that a good place?
I don't know. I haven't been there. I'll have to Google. I'll have to look it up on Google Maps tomorrow and check it out.
Sometimes I
Yeah.
like to do that Earth Google and like go around the streets of the place and it's kind of weird. Have you been to
Yeah.
Camden?
No, I've never, because that's a little bit inland. When I drive through like New Jersey, I just stay on the coast. Like if I'm heading to like Atlantic City, Camden is a little bit further in.
Mm.
So no, I've never been there. I've only gone through like Trenton, um, and then southward, but no,
And
never
Atlantic
been.
City is nice still, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Is
yeah,
it? Because I heard like it was kind of, you know, got desolate for a while, deserted for a while.
yeah. It's
Mm.
not what it used to be in the '80s or '90s, but and a few of the hotels closed down, but it's still nice. My friends that have a YouTube channel, they do a lot of filming in Atlantic City. They fly their drone on the boardwalk and they go above the hotels and get nice pictures and stuff.
Do you do
So it's
any ghost hunting? Have you ever done any ghost hunting?
no, never.
Would you like on your channel?
Ghost hunting? I don't know. I'm not like
Well, not really
you
ghost
know,
hunting, but go to like a scary place and you
well,
know,
I'm not the type to like go to like a cemetery at night and stuff like that,
no.
yeah, that stuff spooks me out. If I see a damn ghost, I would probably have a damn heart attack, you
Have
know?
you ever?
No. Nope. Have you?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah,
Would do you care to share about it or no?
yeah, definitely.
Okay.
And like, I've had experiences before where, you question it yourself, but
Mm-hmm.
then this particular experience was like, I literally, like, I cried because it was so amazing and mind blowing, and it was kind of scary to see
Mm-hmm.
something move on its own, and it was crazy. I was at my friend's house, and he had two couches, one that was on the other side of the room, and then the one I was sitting on, I could see into the kitchen. And
Mm-hmm.
he had this hand towel hung over the back of the chair near the sink, like people would, when they dry their hands there.
Yeah.
And I'm, he's sitting on the other side. I'm sitting there, and the hand towel starts to move.
Mm.
Not like blowing, where you're like, oh, maybe it's wind. Not like that.
Yeah.
I mean, like it's somebody had turned around from the sink, but you didn't see them, but as if, right? They had just done the dishes, turned around from the sink, and that towel with the chair with that hand towel is right there. And they pick it up, but don't lift it all the way off the chair. Just pick the side up where it's hanging down.
Yeah.
Scrunch it together, dry their hands. It moved in a deliberate motion,
Mm.
and then go back down and
Wow.
like stay up in the air and scrunch together. And I couldn't get the words out. And I'm like trying to look around, like, see, is there a fan? Is there a window open? And I'm going, but, and I'm pointing. And he jumped up because he's thinking somebody's coming through his back door. And by the time, like, he thought it was because I mean, how like it's probably a few seconds, but it felt longer.
Mm-hmm.
And and he goes, oh, and he sits right back down all casual because I told him what it was, and he goes, oh, he goes, that's nothing. He goes, that's my brother Michael's. He died 6 months ago, and I took that from his apartment. And whenever he's around, and he points up, he goes, that dream catcher will turn in a full circle. And no sooner did he say it, the dream catcher just went in one, circle.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's the thing that but I remember when I was little, um I used to like sneak in. My mother would be sleeping, and her room was upstairs, so it was hardwood floors, this long hallway, so I would tiptoe in, and then I'd get in her bed, but like as furthest away from her as I could, and hope she didn't notice me, even though I think some of the time she was awake, but so I could be late to school or not even go if I was lucky. And so I get in the bed, and clear as day, you hear footsteps, like what sounded like with a heel, but like a solid heel, not a high heel, not like a daisy heel.
Yeah.
Um, but could have been like an old fashioned man or a woman with those shoes. Uh, the step wasn't like hard or soft. It could have been man or woman, but coming up the stairs, that was carpeted, the stairs. And then once they get to the top, it became hardwood floor. And make just a few steps. And that's how I know my mother and how I know it we heard it even coming up carpeted stairs.
Mhm.
Because here's the thing. We used to always say at that particular house, we would say it was um Cora, right? And there was like a glass door with these see-through. It was a glass door that two glass doors that would open out into the. It must have been a one family house at one time that had been converted into two. So my mother had put like almost transparent white uh, curtains. But when the lights were all out in that hall, it was kind of creepy, like the door locked at the bottom of the stairs, but it was kind of creepy. And sometimes, a couple of times, we saw, and it was like the curtains wafted with the dress, like somebody just, a woman breathed by out in the hallway, but like old fashioned kind of. So that day, the morning when I snuck in my mom's bed, and we heard the footsteps stop at my mother's door and look in, kind of, I guess, right? And then carry on down the hall. It was a long hall and the rooms were off it. And the footsteps were clear as day and they just faded. And the doors were all locked. It was not a person. And my mother goes, Tracy? And I go, Mom? Because we thought it was each other. And it wasn't.
Wow.
Yeah. Then um, I was looking through EVPs on the internet. You know what they are, right?
Uh-huh.
EVPs.
Yeah.
Are you tired?
No, I'm
Okay,
listening.
okay. They're like the electronic voice phenomena.
Yeah. I watched
And
that on A&E, the Ghost Hunters show on A&E. So they got the different devices that they use. So
yeah.
I'm familiar with most of them. Yeah.
Well, this was, I don't know if they use, because it's real clear, right? So I don't know
Yep.
what they use. And it's not a famous group or anything. I was just looking up the place where we had put my sister's ashes in 1984 when she passed
Hmm.
away. And I just wanted to see if there had been any, now that the internet was up and about. Back then in 84, you never knew that you could look at a place from across the world, on your phone, you
Yeah.
know. So
Hmm.
I looked up, ghost sightings or anything for Hague Hall in England, in Wigan, England, and came across this recording from this group called Worsley Paranormal Group. And they go, this particular female ghost pops up into all our recordings at Wigan that day, starting with Hague Hall. And they go, she does not sound um, English, which my sister wasn't. She was American. We brought her ashes there. And she sounds sweet and young and nice, which my sister was. And through the whole recording, she keeps saying Tracy.
Hmm.
That's my name.
Wow.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
And
That's
they don't
great.
know her, you
Yep.
know? And
Yep.
I'm telling you, it is her. When I sent it to my sisters, my other sisters, they're kind of skeptics, but they both said that it was creepy and it gave them goosebumps because it's her voice, especially in the beginning.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's crazy stuff. I mean, people. some people can what do you call it? Connect with the afterlife, in a more different way, and people have had certain paranormal phenomenons happen to them. So it's all different circumstances. I mean, like me personally, I've never had any of the above happen to me, but just to like live in a house that was haunted, and you see like a um shadow or a vision of a person of a former residence that lived there, like you would see on Ghost Hunters, like that would scare the shit out of me. I wouldn't live in a place like that, you know.
Me too.
Um
That would
yeah.
scare the crap out of me, man.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'd be like, but then again, I guess I could kind of see how the guy with the whole lifting, so he must have already seen stuff before. And when, my friend about his brother, when he
Yeah.
said, oh, that's nothing, he does shit like that all the time. Like, with whatever little thing he even brought from there, just those two small, small items, a dish towel and a dream catcher that had that guy's, what do they call it? Like a residual haunting,
Uh-huh.
still had. I think it would be scary to be around a haunting where it's people that you don't know and they're repeating the same thing every night.
Yeah.
That would be scary.
Absolutely.
Like freaking as a
Absolutely.
murder. Oh my
Mhm.
god.
That's why
Ooh,
I'm not the type of person to go out and seek the paranormal activity. I rather stay away from it.
I know.
Mhm.
I don't know
Yeah.
how some people can do it.
Yeah.
I'd like to be able to. Like I say I'm gonna. I say, oh, I'm gonna, go to the cemetery in the dark. And then as soon as I get in the cemetery and it's freaking dark, I mean, there could be a killer in there,
Absolutely.
like
Yeah.
a real killer, not even just a ghost, a real killer.
Yeah.
What's that?
Walk into
Almost,
some Friday the 13th shit. I ain't doing that. Nope.
oh my God, or like somebody grave digging or something,
Yeah.
you
Or
know?
you see a body, like the shadow of a body, like rise from the ground.
Or their
You know.
hand comes up through the dirt.
Well, that, yeah, that would be something too. But
Oh my God. Oh, from far away, you see this thing, like this person walking, like with some creepy gait, like their creepy steps, dragging a foot behind.
yeah.
Oh my
Mhm.
God. Fuck that. And you
So
notice
I rather,
how,
you know,
go ahead.
I'd rather stay far away from it. So, like, I've had people that have asked me to go to a cemetery at night, and I said, "Are you out of your mind? I don't even like to go to a cemetery during the day. I ain't going to no cemetery at night. You're out of your mind. But there's people that go there and they'll sleep there and stuff
And
like
I
that.
don't
But
want to even keep watch in the car.
yeah.
Fuck that. I've often thought too about here was another one that I fell asleep on. um it was, and I like those, you ever watch the Explore with Us, that channel? And they go, what's up,
Hmm.
Ewu crew?
Yeah.
You watch them?
I have.
But
I don't watch it on a regular, but I know what you're speaking of. Yeah.
yeah. And this one was, they were driving through Arizona. They, they were doing a you know, some job, but I guess like in those deserts, like last not Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, those freaking streets are just, they're dead. They're black, 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 and all you can see is what's in your headlights. And this thing runs across the road, like Holy mother of God. Could you imagine? Imagine if it
Yeah.
leapt on your car like Jeepers Creepers. Remember that movie Jeepers Creepers?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No way would I have gone back to that tunnel. Or
Yeah.
when that steam, that pipe, that drain.
Yeah.
No
Yep.
way.
Mm-mm.
Some
Yep.
movies are scary, too scary to us. Like Jeepers Creepers, that was one of them that usually I can get through scary movies, but some movies will stay with me forever. I don't know how old you are, but do you remember back in the day before cable and they only had like four stations
Uh-huh.
and they would have
Yeah.
movie of the week?
Yep. I'm 43, so I'm not young and I'm not old.
Oh, but you still weren't like, because I was like five when this was. I think the movie was out in 72 or 73. It was a movie
Yeah.
of the week, and you can still find it like free on YouTube. And
Yeah.
it was, believe it or not, movie of the week, and they were scary, and it stayed in my head forever. I don't even to this day know how they made those little guys, the little troll guys, and they ended up dragging her into the like everybody kept saying, you're, traumatized, you're reacting from this, reacting from that. And so finally they snuck her, hi Hal, and they snuck her like sleeping pills. But that's what she kept saying. No, she can't go to sleep because they're gonna, they want to drag her into those fourth hot air vents and fucking drag her into the depths of hell. God knows where.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they did. And she couldn't wake up and the fucking things came. Dragged her in. I remembered it since I was a little kid. So by the time it had gotten scary, it was like halfway in. Took a while, maybe half hour in. My sister Donna was supposed to be babysitting me. She was like 13. And she fell asleep. So I watched the whole movie myself and was scared to death by the end of it that I woke her up because I thought like I heard noises. And then um, she's the type of person, you ever wake somebody up and they always wake up startled?
Oh yeah. I've had that happen multiple times.
Like I don't wake up. I'm hard to wake up, but my sister Donna will wake up startled. Like her eyes are like, what, what? And her hair is all fucked up and shit.
Yeah.
And that's how she woke up. And I was like, I hear a noise. I was 5 years old. I hear a noise. I hear a noise. And she made me go out in the backyard and see what it was. And I was
Yeah,
only 5.
my sister-in-law is like that. And my brother too. Yeah, they're both like that. They wake up and they're all but then again they work nights, so their brains are scrambled as it is. So when they wake up, even if it's like 3 or 4 in the afternoon, they're miscombobulated. They immediately look at the clock to see what time it is, and they're all in a daze. And I'm just like, yeah.
Have
So,
you ever done that? Like I one time woke up and like 6 o'clock in the evening can look like it can look like dawn or it can look like dusk. Six
hmm
in the evening. So I had to be at work at like 6. And when hey, my animals are acting up. I had to be at
hmm
work at 6. When I woke up, it was like 6:45. But a.m. 6:45 a.m. I didn't have to be there till p.m. And I knew I didn't have to be there till p.m. But I couldn't see like the freaking the time on my phone was so small and my eyes wouldn't focus. I don't know why I was like in a panic because it looked like it was you know evening outside. And I called my job, and the guy who was the assistant manager answered the phone, which to me right there, oh, solid that, I'm late. They're pissed, you know. I go, oh my God, you had to come in. And he goes, what are you talking about? Why wouldn't I be here? I go, because you're not supposed to be there. I am. He said, I come here every morning to clean the bar early in the morning. I said, I go, I'm supposed to be there at 6. He goes, it's 6 a.m., not p.m.
Uh-oh.
Go back to
Yep.
bed.
Mm,
I was like, oh my God. But at least they knew I was, in bed,
right.
right?
Exactly.
Not all fucking up all night and then call them up going, woohoo. Or I just show up with like a party hat on my head.
Yeah. I used to work 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. 5 days a week. And I did that for like 6 months, and it wrecked my brain so bad, you know.
That's a long
It-
shift.
yeah. Yeah.
That's like,
It
what is
wasn't
that,
good.
60 hours a week?
Yeah. Yeah. And it was even doing it for like the first month tore you apart. So to do it for 5 to 6 months, yeah, it was through a temp agency, so it was only temporary, which was good. I was just doing it to make money at the time, but it screwed my brain up, And that wasn't my first overnight job I ever had, but thank God I don't do that stuff anymore because I can't do it.
I don't mind doing like a third shift of midnight to, or even 10 to 6, 8 hours. I don't mind that kind of, job. Or second shift, I feel like that. Hey, 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 these animals. I feel like second shift kind of like splits your day. Hey, Lulu, stop that. This is
Yeah, I
a couch.
did second shift too. Yeah, 4 to midnight.
Yeah, but that's kind of, well, it's not bad. I definitely can't do first though.
Yeah, I prefer first shift. I mean, because yeah, you're up early in the morning, but you get home early, so I
Yeah, I
always
know, but
preferred
you gotta
that.
wake up
Yep.
early. I can't do that. I really can't. Even when I was a kid, I could never ever wake up early. Never. I don't know
Yeah.
how my daughter like my daughter is, on time for everything. And she's like a firm believer in REM sleep. That's oh my God, that's so weird, Rachel. I wasn't even looking at the chat and she wrote that. There was something else too yesterday that um something we were talking about, and then later on that day I saw it again. So weird. But REM sleep is what, like 20 minutes or 15 minutes?
Mhm.
Have you ever tried that REM sleep shit?
No, I've heard of it though. The rapid eye movement.
Well, it's got to be like 20 minutes or 15 minutes,
Yeah.
and that's all you sleep for. And my daughter is like a firm believer on that shit. And I mean, she sleeps and everything, but if she's, I don't know, she'll go, oh, I'm going to take a nap, and she'll have to be somewhere in 45 minutes. I'm like, why take a 20-minute nap?
Mhm.
She believes that you feel refreshed after that. I used to freaking, my sister used to drive me to school. It was we had moved the last year of my junior high. So, of course, I wanted to be a ninth grader in junior high because then you're top dog. I didn't want to move. So I stayed at the same school. And my sister Donna would drive me on the way to her job. She'd drop me off at school. And it was junior high. And she'd wake me up in the morning. And first of all, I was the worst waking up. And then I'd go in the bathroom and roll up a towel and start the shower and fall asleep on the bathroom floor. And she'd be banging on the door. Fucking, you better not be asleep in there. That's
Right.
because I would read all night.
Yeah. Thank God I don't have to get up early or work late no more. having my own business and stuff like that. I can do what I want, you know.
What do you do for a business, if you don't mind me asking?
I do drop shipping.
What is that? Dropshipping.
You basically take products from retail websites and you list them onto eBay, or like now I'm doing Facebook Marketplace, and you mark them up and you make money off of it. You know, like
Hmm.
say like a microwave, for instance, right? You find a microwave that is at Walmart for $29.99, and you list it on eBay for $45. Okay. Most people shop these days for convenience, not for price. You know, they don't want to leave their house, and they don't know any better for the most part. So any items that are well, depending on the retailer you use, 30 and above is free shipping. So you mark it up $15. So you basically take out the eBay fee after the sale is done, and you'll make $5 to $10 for that specific item. But when you have a few items in your a few thousand items in your store, or stores, I have stores plural.
Hmm.
You sell anywhere from 30 to 60 items per day, and at the very least, you're making $5 per item times 30 items. At the very least, that's 150 a day. I usually average 40 to 50 products a day, and that's what you do. Um,
You should list everything that's in your father's house on there, you know?
well, that I'm gonna have a an estate sale. I'll just have people come in person and do like an estate sale. But I have two VAs that work for me that they're in the Philippines, and one of them does product research for 4 hours a day, and the other one does listing for 4 hours a day. And
Hmm.
I pay them each um, roughly 12 US dollars, but for them, that's like 60 to 70 dollars, you know, for 4 hours worth of work, which ain't bad, you know. To
Right.
them,
What
it's a
do you
good
mean when you
wage.
say VA?
Virtual assistant.
Oh, they have those?
Yeah, yeah. You go on like uh Fiverr or Upwork.com, and you can find VAs all over the world. But I prefer the ones in the Philippines because they're very knowledgeable. But they
So
do
that's
all
just
kinds
like
of
a
stuff.
work at home, only
Yeah,
that's the term for it, virtual assistant.
yeah, yeah. They work from home, and I do too. All I got to do is work basically 1 hour a day to place the orders that were put in. I could do it every 2 days if I wanted to. I just like I use Walmart, Home Depot, Lowe's. Those are my three main retailers. So when I get the list of items that were placed, the orders that were placed, I'll call up the retailer, order the items, and then it's shipped straight to the customer's house. So I never touch it, have to deal with it, anything like that.
So you never have to pay for the shipping?
No, no. I
Because
always
I
make
mean, I
sure
know
that
you don't have to pay for it because you're going to order it in bulk. But when you're sending it to them, does the customer pay for shipping?
yeah, you'll factor shipping into the price of the item. You'll mark it up to a point to where the customer does pay the shipping. Yeah, but
Wow.
but
So,
90% of yeah 90% of my items are like 30 and above. So you know, there's some products that I you know that are 60, 70, $80, or even like $120 if they're buying like a patio set or something like that. So that's
right.
always free shipping. Um,
My
you
friend
know,
does that, like, same as you, if, say, Big Lots is having a sale on, I'm just using Big Lots as an example, or Dick's or something somewhere.
Hmm.
having a sale, like a clearance sale on a product, and you know, getting rid of North Face jackets, even though they're all little kid ones. They'll still buy them all
Yeah,
and put them on eBay because there's people who are shut-ins too, or they live too far away to drive to the store. You know,
yeah. That's retail arbitrage. Yeah, with that you got to hold physical. You do got to hold the physical inventory and ship it yourself. I mean, I do that too, but I only do it with cosmetics. You know,
so
cosmetics
you'd
are
never have a physical inventory.
no, only for cosmetics because that I make a lot of money with the cosmetics because I get each piece for like 70 cents. Um, and we're talking like some of the products I have are 15. You know how expensive makeup is. You know what I'm saying? Like decent makeup. I have,
I didn't
you
hear
know,
what you
all
said.
the
I think you blocked out for a second. Were you telling the price or something? 'Cause I didn't hear any price.
I get the
Oh, 70 cents you said,
cosmetics.
but okay, yeah, okay. I
I
got
get them for 70 cents because I get them from a wholesaler in Miami. So, some of my products sell for 15 to $20, but I sell those locally on like Facebook Marketplace because I make such high margins.
Now, do you know, or is it like uh, a something that you think about, like um, the if because I know that you don't use makeup, but if
Hmm.
you were to write it up, and but you have people who research it and make sure that it's good makeup and not gonna have any complaints because you don't want complaints and stuff, correct?
Oh, yeah, no, you get pictures of what you're gonna buy. You get a full visual of everything you're gonna buy,
But I mean,
you
like
know.
health wise, like will it make somebody break out or something?
Well, it's all name brand stuff,
Oh,
you
it is.
know.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah. Oh, that's
I
good.
mean, there are some generics, but
But if
you
it's
know,
name brand, then that's good at least because you're buying it in bulk. So that's good.
yeah, it's Maybelline, L'Oreal, you got some Jordania, Mary Kate and Ashley, all different ones, but most of them are the name brand ones, so they're but even the generic ones that you're getting for 70 cents a piece and you turn around and sell a lipstick, generic lipstick for $5, that would normally sell for $10. And this
Right.
is a generic one I'm talking because a real good name brand lipstick would cost you damn near $20. So that's
Even at
that's
like the fairs, I remember one year, whenever there's something new, people
yeah,
will buy. And, so one year it was these back support things that you put in your car seat, that on your car to give your back support. They really were nothing, but you could buy the same ones at the dollar store. And they were
yeah,
selling them at the Big E for 19.99, two for a certain. But even if you sold two for $20, you bought them for $2 each.
yeah. That's
Yeah,
true. That's
yeah.
true. But
Vending in those fairs is the best way. I mean, you could become a millionaire. I'm telling you. Like doing what
yeah,
you're doing is like virtual fairs.
yeah. You can do reselling and there's a lot of people that do it that hold all their physical inventory, like this channel called Rally Roots. They're in Florida. They live by my mom, but I'm also moving to St. Pete, which is in the same area, and they just upgraded their warehouse from a 1,000 foot space to a 20,000 foot 20 yeah 20,000 square foot place, and they hold all their physical inventory because when you do it that way, you make higher margins. The way I do it, I only make 10 to 12% margin. So if I do $100,000 for the year, okay, I'm only making 10,000. Of course, I do way more than that because I make a good living doing it. But I've also been doing it for a few years now. The first year, I didn't make much. I did about 10,000, my return was about 1,500. This was when I had a regular job and I was doing it on the side,
Right,
you know. But um, but when you hold the physical inventory, like people that go to yard sales, garage sales, and they buy something for $1 that they can turn around and sell for 30 or $40, then your margin is much higher. But you have to hold that inventory and you have to hold a lot of stuff, therefore have a lot of space. Um, so I could have went that route, and I originally started to when I started it, but I said no. I said this is going to be a hassle. But I could always get into that again if I wanted to. But I just like the way I have it set up now because it's
right.
so much easier, you know. But the
When I
cosmetics
was
is all
young,
I have.
my mother would do, the antiquing. My mother was into that, doing the tag
Yeah.
sailing and then doing a flea market on the weekends.
Mhm.
And so we would have inventory, like you said, but she would also sell for her friend that was an antique dealer. And he had a lot of the oriental glass, like the soapstone, teak wood, and that the white, the white porcelain with the blue Chinese, like sometimes, the big vases and everything with the blue painting on them, you know.
Yeah.
It, well, recently, like I know a couple of times, there'd be stuff that uh, it was pretty pricey for a flea market. But if somebody wanted it, it was there. So
Mhm.
you think about it, if years ago when I was 11, if it was pricey, right? Recently, one of those, and here's the thing though that makes me wonder, is it happened in Connecticut, and that was where the flea market was, where me and my mother used to, do the flea market. So it was somebody at a tag sale recently bought one of those Chinese Oriental vases,
Mhm.
and it was worth like $333,000.
Oh yeah, you can find some real gems. Absolutely. You know, you
It always
can.
kills me when you don't know what you have in your hands too, and you
Yeah.
look back in the past and think about the things that you've let go.
Mhm.
Have you ever done that? Like something that
Yeah.
you found out now, you know?
There's nothing that I can pinpoint, but I'm sure there's things that I got rid of that were probably worth a lot more than I got rid of them for.
But like when
You
you were
know.
a kid, like you had a certain toy that you played with and stuff and don't know where it is now or anything. But now it's like a collector's
Oh
item.
yeah, absolutely. Like the Beanie Babies and the Furbies and stuff like that. Absolutely. But there's so many different things that we could have had that um could be worth a lot of money nowadays, like baseball cards. I'm sure
Yeah.
I got rid of baseball cards that were worth a lot of money. um you know
The, the key too is to not have opened
yeah, yeah, oh
yeah,
yeah.
to not have opened I
Hmm.
remember when I had moved to England when I was 16, for some reason I ended up with this copy of it was a Jimi Hendrix album. Now, I'm not a big Jimi Hendrix fan at all, but it was in plastic. I see, and the thing is knowing what I used to do with my mother, you would have thought that I was smart enough to think, you know, maybe this might be worth something. And because it was in plastic and there was a label on it and it said not for public release,
Hmm.
studio copy only. And it was this Are You Experience studio copy where they were just fucking around recording shit. And I saw something about it on one of those shows and it was worth money. And also, I had a book that I got from tax sale. It was Gone with the Wind, but it was the first edition, 1936.
Yeah.
And it was the cloth binding, and it had the signature in the front cover right up in the, upper left hand corner, and it
Hmm.
was Margaret Mitchell, which is who wrote it. But it was so odd of a spot for an author to sign a book that I thought maybe the person who, maybe it came from the library, or maybe the person who owned it wrote it. But my cat ended up shredding the cloth binder, not the one I have now. This was years ago when I was a kid, and shredded the whole thing. And I saw it on Antiques Roadshow, and that was how she had signed the first original copy that came out. She had signed them in that exact spot, and that was her signature, and it was worth like $5,000 to $10,000.
Wow,
Hmm.
that's very disheartening.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
For freaking
Like
shit.
my uncle, he has, and this is no joke, in his house, he has baseball cards which have never been opened. He has comic books, and we're talking from when my grandfather was a child, so he probably has like original Superman, Spider-Man comic books that are worth tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. So in my uncle's house, he probably, no joke, has millions of dollars worth of baseball cards and comics because he's got baseball card sets from like 1930 and up, um, and he's got comics from that era. So he's probably sitting on millions and millions of dollars, no joke.
That's how, like, I remember when there used to be antique stores,
Yeah.
and the smell of old things,
Hmm.
in antique shops, like they always had this dusty decor to them, kind of. And I remember this. My mother knew a lot of antique dealers, and he had a bunch of stuff where you could just kind of wander through it and spend a lot of time looking at things. He had like old diaries, and which was pretty interesting. But the thing was, when you would read through these old diaries, if it was just like a regular person, their life was, because everybody lived so far apart, that you know went to visit this one so and so, it took so many hours, to just really basically go to the next town that now we know we can drive. And then
Yeah.
next thing, this one died of consumption. This one died of consumption. This one died of consumption. It's like
Wow.
everybody was dying of consumption,
Hmm.
you know?
Yep. That's
Uh,
crazy.
that is.
Absolutely crazy.
But I
But
say, so it's 3:39. I've been live for 3:47. You've been great to talk to. I
well,
really
thank you.
enjoying it.
I try.
Yeah,
I
I'm
try.
enjoying it. I was gonna try to talk you into going to a scary graveyard while you were on the phone, but then I guess that was out.
Yeah. Yeah.
we we all be just watching and be like, well,
Hmm.
are you
Yeah.
okay, Sean?
Yeah, I would make sure I fall asleep quick on that one. Let me tell you.
I know, right?
Hmm.
I wouldn't last very long. I think I would get as far as me just driving by the gates of the cemetery, and then, you know, I'm one of those people who will scare myself so much
Yeah.
that by the time I get there, I can't throw that, car in reverse quick enough. I am
Yep.
like, oh my God. I always think if somebody, it's movie, well, it was like
Hmm.
Friday the 13th, and Jason comes out and steps out in front of that girl's car. She's got like the little Volkswagen, and he's got the
Yep.
pitchfork. And I think to myself, I don't know, like, I would have I would think about hitting him, but then I would feel like the car would be too small. I'd probably be thinking all kinds of shit and just be frozen and end up just like that girl did.
That's
I think you
that's
get
very
scared.
possible. Yeah. You know,
That's why they
hopefully
all
you're
fall
not.
down.
Yeah, hopefully you're not in that position. But I mean, you'll never know unless you were in that position or put yourself in that position. So
I've
um,
been scared some before that I was like paralyzed, like that you can't. It's just exactly like if it feels just like in a bad dream.
hmm.
Like, yeah, like you're running through molasses. Yeah. This phone has been plugged in the whole time and is not charging. It's just heating up. Hi, Ace. I was just about to end the live stream because I feel like my pillow is gonna go up and spontaneous combust. I got the freaking phone on it and I can't get over how God, it's not charging either.
Yeah, this phone's pretty good like that. Like I think when we started the live, it was at 100%. And now it's only at 46%. And we've been on for a few hours. So that's not bad of continuous use, because when you're on StreamYard too, it eats your battery quicker than if you're just on a regular, say, YouTube video, you know.
I'm telling you
Um,
though, flip phone, those like it seems like with the, every time you upgrade a phone, you're getting having to buy chargers every 6 months or every 3 months, like they don't work anymore, or there's always something that
yeah.
seems less quality than the last phone.
You have Android or iPhone?
Android.
Okay, me too. But I got to use the USB Type C charger, which is for the newer phones. So that's all I had to do was I couldn't use one of the 10,000 regular um, Android chargers that I had for older phones. So I had to go to the Type C, which is for the newer phones. So
Can you
I
imagine though if they didn't have speaker phones on these phones and we had them up to our heads like that for that long?
yeah, that would be crazy. Or Bluetooth devices,
Oh, they are
yeah.
so bad. I think that's why people's brains are getting affected. I heard
Hmm.
it's just like if you microwave a steak and the sides it cooked and it got gray, that's
Yeah,
how our brains look wherever we're putting that phone up to.
yeah. Same with
Hmm.
your lungs if you're a cigarette smoker or a pot smoker, you're doing a little bit of damage each time you take a puff of whatever you're puffing on. Same
Right.
same concept, I think, you
I've
know.
seen like people um just, I mean, I think nothing is, carved in stone. You could eat healthy food all the time and always just when you have snacks have carrots and choke on a carrot. You
Yeah.
know? Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's like there's nothing is guaranteed. Living look at George Burns, how long he lived and he was always saying, with that cigar smoking and stuff.
Yeah,
Hmm. I do think
crazy.
stress might have something to, well, not even just stress. I mean, anything could happen. You could be the richest person in the world and freaking get caught in a undertow and drowned on the most beautiful island.
That's true too. Yep,
Yeah, like it
that's
always
definitely
amazes
true.
me when I see people who like we look at and think, why would they off themselves? They had it all, but we never know what's going on.
Yeah. Did you hear that John McAfee died of an apparent suicide?
Who from Creedence Clearwater?
No, John McAfee, who invented the antivirus software.
Mm-mm. I don't even
Yeah.
know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he invented McAfee antivirus software back many years ago, and he sold the company to somebody else. But he was the pioneer of that, and he was arrested multiple times for different things. And most recently, he was in a Spanish prison, and they found him either I think it was yesterday or the day before in his jail cell, and they said it was a suicide. So
Well, that's
yeah,
always questionable in jail cells. You know what I mean? I thought they
yeah,
didn't allow that shit.
yeah. But
I
they're
watched
saying it's
one.
weird, because he said, if you find me dead, it's not from a suicide, a la Jeffrey Epstein. So he made a premonition that if he's found dead, it's not from suicide. So yeah,
Yeah, that motorcycle? That's crazy, right? I don't even know that's a
yeah.
motorcycle or one of those little cars. I remember watching that, I think she was that madam or something, and she had all those names. And she also knew stuff about the whole, the 9/11 and everything. And she was on, I think it was Larry King or something, and Hi Ben, where um, he said to her, she said she had been getting death threats and stuff. And he kept saying to her, so, you're sure you're not, scared about having to go to court. You're really going to be there and you're really going to give this testimony. And she was like, absolutely. And if anything happens to me between now and then, blah, blah, blah. And sure as shit, she ended up freaking, they said it was suicide, hanging in her garage.
Mm,
And it's like, um, things like that. And then the media, you can see how much control the media has over everything because then, they just say, no, not Heidi Fleiss. It was some other woman that was around the 9/11 time. And, the media just can not tell the story and then the story isn't there.
wow. Yeah,
Crazy.
yeah. They spin it. They spin it their own little way. Absolutely. You
There was
know.
one I was watching and they actually had the corrections officers and stuff that the guy had escaped from jail. And you could tell he wasn't like the jail type either. So he was probably pretty scared. And he's a white guy, Zach Goldstein was his name, or Goldberg or Goldstein, maybe Goldberg.
Mhm.
And so there's body cam footage of these cops on him saying, "Oh, you're getting for a real welcome home party when you get back. You're gonna get a real good one." And it shows the there's like footage. It shows the corrections officers going into his cell, staying in there for 20 minutes, and then coming out. And the next day, here he is hanging from the shower, the sprinkler system, which
Wow.
even um the coroner, the medical examiner, deemed it a homicide. She said there's no way he could have gotten up that high, and the judge actually sided with the corrections officers and everything, and the medical examiner couldn't, like she lost that contract. And if she ever said another word about it, she was going to owe all kinds of money. And I mean, that just kind of negates every other autopsy she's ever done, you know,
Mm,
in her whole career.
yeah.
And here's like footage. I remember I did like, I used to, I had my channel, before like, I was on Chosen One. You're like, well, no, I would go to Chosen One, but how people say people start a channel when they leave Chosen One, but I actually had a channel, still do, it's the same channel I have, where I would do stories like crime stories. I tried anyway. I didn't have an editing program, so mostly I filmed my cat and and would tell the story. But that was one of the stories, and I enjoyed doing it. But I need to start doing editing and stuff on videos.
Yeah. That's why I like doing lives. No editing involved. Like if I do upload a video, I try to just keep it one straight thing, so I don't, if I take a little bit of a recording here, a little bit of recording there, you got to bunch them, you got to bring them together, and you got to do the editing. So I try to keep my videos um one whole thing, so I don't have to do that. but I do know how to edit. I can do that. I just don't like to do it. It takes time. It's
Right.
very tedious. Um,
I
so
like to add pictures and stuff and do that. Hal said the woman I was talking about that ended up hanging herself was Sydney Biddle Barrows, former high-priced escort in New York. Did she kill herself, Hal? Is she dead now? Do you remember the Jesse Ventura guy? Remember he would do those? What's his
yeah, I
show?
remember Jesse Ventura. Yeah.
In his show, Conspiracy Theory or something?
Yeah, I remember
Whatever.
that was a while ago. Yeah,
Yeah, whatever happened to him? Like he just disappeared.
I'm not sure.
I
Let
hope he's
me
still
let me look up. Let me check it out now.
all right.
Jesse Ventura. Let me see what it says. Wasn't he the governor of California too, or something?
Not California, somewhere else.
Oh,
Uh,
Minnesota.
yeah, Minnesota. Yeah, Minnesota.
Yeah. All right. Let's see what it says. Let me Google it. Um,
Right.
Jesse.
Then that's not her. How? Don't find out if there's one where not you, I'm Sean, but I'm giving you guys all stuff to look up. It's so funny. I wish I had a second device because I love researching. I love doing
Yeah.
this stuff, you know?
Yep.
Um, find out if there was one that was gonna say something about 9/11 and then she ended up killing herself, so
Mhm.
they said. But
Yeah,
what
he
about
did.
you?
The years was 2009 to 2012 that he did conspiracy theories.
Where is he now?
Um, it's not really saying. Um,
Right?
yeah,
Not really saying.
it just tells you like their past stuff. He was
Just
uh
disappeared from the public's view. Just disappeared. Look up Richard Simmons.
yeah. Richard Simmons is something else. I was talking about him the other day on somebody's stream. I thought he
Just
died.
no, he's not dead.
Oh,
Richard
right.
Simmons.
Let me see.
He just there's no way he would just, you know, leave his gym to just go into disrepair and never show up again.
Yeah, but I remember that sweating to the oldies. When I was a kid. You
Does
know.
it say anything about Richard Simmons?
Well, I looked him up. I got him up here, but it doesn't really. It says, "Where is Richard Simmons now?" Um, it says he is enjoying life at home after a 40-year career of traveling the world and inspiring people to take better care of themselves. Um, he lives in
That's
a Hollywood
amazing.
Hills section with two maids and his three Dalmatians, and that's
Yeah,
pretty
that's
much it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Look this up. This is the last thing I'll tell you. Look up. Look
Yeah.
up the in North Korea that they ate all their dogs, all the pet dogs. And this is no lie. Look that up, and I was in shock that the world didn't say, wait, before you do that, let's try this. And it's all the Associated Press, it's New York, it's all the big newspapers, and it's right there in black and white. There was a time limit, and then all of the people who had dogs for pets had to hand them over, had to surrender all their dogs so they could be eaten.
Really? Hmm.
Does it say it? Did you find it?
In North Korea? All right,
Mm-hmm.
North
And
Korea.
it wasn't like they were even having the poor people eat the dogs. They were gonna sell them to the restaurants or something so they could be sold in the restaurants. It was just to the poor people were complaining that rich people had pet dogs that ate better than them. So the emperor or president or whatever they call him said,
Mhm.
okay, well, we got a quick fix for that. Everybody has to give up all their pet dogs, and they took them
Yeah.
all.
It
Does it
says
say it?
people in North Korea are reportedly being forced to give up their pet dogs so they can be used as dog meat for restaurants. Mr. Kim issued a ban on pet ownership in July, denouncing it as a tainted trend by bourgeois ideology, according to South Korea's Chosun's whatever newspaper. Yep.
Yeah, that's all, and that's every newspaper report you see is going to say that because that is a fact. They made them all give them up for restaurants.
Yeah. Well, they have a big food shortage, in North Korea. You know.
Right, but not even give them up for to feed like people who were having the food shortage and couldn't afford to go to the restaurant. It was
Hmm.
basically a slap in the face, like saying, "Look, nobody's special here, even if they've got money. Watch, I'll take their dogs." You know,
Yep.
like, and the whole world sat there, and they gave a time limit, and like you would think that maybe PETA or somebody would have protested it. I mean, I thought they
Yeah.
stopped doing that years ago,
Hmm. It says 60% of people in North Korea live below the poverty level.
and they're starving.
Yeah,
Yeah. What else to say about
absolutely.
the dogs? Does it say anything like
No, just that that Kim Jong Un issued the ban on pet ownership, and that they gave up the dogs to the restaurants.
they were forced to?
Yeah.
Can you imagine having your pet dog and knowing where it was going,
Hmm. Yeah.
knowing
That's
somebody was going to be eating it?
that's crazy. But I mean, like in over there, the Asian countries, that you know cats and dogs is a delicacy. Unlike here, it's not. They're mainly pets. But over in Asia, that's common. You know.
But somebody's pet, you know what I
Mhm.
mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, a dog is a dog, and a cat is a cat. So, but the fact that you're being forced to give it up, to for it to be food yeah, it's crazy. Absolutely. You know, but they're used to eating that stuff is what I'm getting at. I mean, here that's unheard of. You know,
I read a story one time where it was like in the Philippines or something, and it was at a wedding, and um, the guy, some guest had maybe perhaps made some kind of a comment or to the bride, but nothing that she kind of blew up at. But as the night wore on and her uncle got drunker, he decided to lure this guy into the woods that it was an outdoors wedding, into the woods that was off to the side with two other guys, probably by like maybe, who knows, smoking a joint or who knows what they do, right?
hmm
And and they killed him and cut him up into little cubes, cooked him, and then served him as like snacks going around the wedding with, with the little cubed meat with toothpick. And none of the guests knew, even the
mm,
bride or anything. The bride and groom didn't even know. And I could see me if it was like seasoned just right, came right off the grill, you know, little
yeah, you
cube
would
of
never know.
meat. Huh?
You would never know. Absolutely.
Yeah. Never know. Friggin' just be sitting there stealing a few more.
Yep.
It's not an
But then if
urban
you found
legend.
out, if you found out, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna try to make yourself throw up, or are you just gonna roll with it? That's the question.
Well, the thing is these people didn't find out until, years later, like a year later when the guy fucking it got figured out, you know?
Yeah. But if
But
you did, if you were at a party and that you were served that, and you found out 20 minutes after you ate it, what would your reaction to that be?
well, like if it was 20 minutes after I ate it and I was there and there was no cops there and I found out just because they were like, "Oh, did you like that? That was your friend. That's gonna be you if you tell anybody." Then I suppose I would like kind of roll with it till I got out safely. and
Yeah,
then and then puke. But if I found out years later, or if I would just like brushing my teeth with that water where that girl was in the thing, I feel like it would be something like when you smell a dead body and they say you never forget that smell.
yeah.
I feel like that would be how it is.
Mhm.
Like you'd never probably eat meat again, I would think.
Yeah.
Would you
That's
eat somebody like to survive? Like, remember that movie Alive and that
mhm.
Brazilian team?
I don't think
Would
I could, you know. I you know, I don't think I could, eat somebody else to survive.
and they weren't even like cooking them either because there was no fire.
Yeah. Yeah, so definitely eating somebody raw would be out of the question. That's for sure. Hopefully I'm never in that position to have to make that decision. Because who knows? Maybe I could die and the other person's eating me. I don't know. But
I know,
um
right?
hmm
What's Randonautica? Rachel's going to watch Randonautica. What is that?
uh I don't know. Okay, gonna watch Random Nautica at 4 in the morning too.
Isn't that when people like follow like GPS directions and end up places?
It sounds good. That sounds,
Look
like a
it
good,
up.
yeah. Look
Look
it
it
up.
up.
Shit. Yeah, we gotta get you a second device, SG. That's what we gotta
I know.
do.
I know. I know. I
Oh
love the
man.
second device.
Yeah. I mean I closed my laptop down for the night. Normally that's what I would be on, like, well, I'd be on my phone on StreamYard. Most of the time, but I would be on my laptop looking at the comments or browsing other pages while I'm doing that. But now I'm on my other phone, um, uh, doing stuff here. What is it? Branda Nordica is like a live hunt where get get coordinates and then you go there.
Yeah, I think that would be scary.
Yeah, quantum
GPS
physics.
and quantum physics and a break in the matrix type of stuff. Has
Yeah,
anybody ever like broke the matrix though?
what's that? What's that game that the people are playing nowadays where they hide stuff and then somebody else goes and looks for it? What is that called? Um,
I know what you're talking about too.
yeah,
And I think that like killers could frickin' be there.
yeah, it's Geo something.
I
Um,
mean, yeah, I mean, seriously. I was watching a movie one time where it was Dean Kane was in it. It wasn't bad. It wasn't a bad movie, but the GPS system like kept fucking with him. You know, the
hmm
car, the car's GPS system.
yeah,
I've heard about that shit happening. I don't like all that though. Being able to be, too much of,
yeah. I'm trying to
technology.
think of what the hell that is. Geotagging. I can't think of it, but I hate when something gets, when I think of something and I'm trying to figure out what it is. I'm the
and then
type
you'll
of
remember
person.
it.
Yeah, I'm the type of
You
person
could do
though that's like
that. You
real
wish you didn't close
anal.
that laptop.
Yeah, exactly. Because on there, I could find stuff much quicker. Um,
Oh, you could use your phone. Yeah, your phone too. See, when I use my phone, geocaching. No, I feel like it was.
yeah, it's geocaching, I think.
It is.
Yeah. Let me Google it and see if that comes up. I think it's caching, geocaching. But let me see.
So,
Um,
like, what Rachel's saying, what do they think? Like, there's like a portal that they're gonna maybe go through.
yeah, but that's a movie she's watching. But with this, geocaching. Yeah, let me look that up. Yeah, that's what it is. There are millions of geocaches hidden around the world. There are probably some near you right now. What is geocaching? Is a type of global treasure hunt of people looking for caches or hidden stashes of objects. It may also be described as a series of hide and seek games where hiders provide online clues for seekers. Seekers use global positioning devices to find hidden caches. Yeah, so it is geocaching. Yep.
Who put the money there though?
All different people. All different people hide the stuff and then they'll go on the different websites that do geocaching and they'll put clues in there for people. And then those people will go by those clues and try to find the stuff. Yeah.
Mm. Wait, what was the link that Ace had dropped?
No, probably for the YouTube channel. I don't know. Let me see if I can scroll back to it. But
Yeah,
like
try to look.
that guy in like the Midwest, I forget what state it was. He hid that treasure chest of gold coins and stuff worth millions of dollars, and it took years for somebody to find it. Somebody finally had found it, and then there's somebody else who did that, and that one's still yet to be found. They hide it in the middle of the desert and they bury it, and they give clues on the website that they have. And if you find it, you could be a millionaire.
I wonder
Yep.
if they get like a lot of people's information though that way from the website when they're like actually going on and logging on to it and stuff
Yeah.
to sell. Has
Yep.
anybody ever really did like so like you saw people actually find it?
Yeah. People have died trying to find those hidden treasures.
I know I
They
saw that.
yeah, they stay out there for weeks and months and they'll die over that stuff. Absolutely.
I wonder if
Um,
that's where some of the missing people have gone.
yeah.
You know those missing 411s?
Mhm.
I wonder if like, some of them were actually doing like random and that's just something they don't say. They don't tell people that because they don't want bad publicity or whatever.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That link that Ace dropped is for a website called Spiritual Manthan or Manthan, Spiritual Manthan. It's called How to Clean Your Aura by Sandguru Spiritual Manthan, and it's basically a meditation channel.
Oh yeah,
Um,
she likes that stuff. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
she likes that. All right. So
should be its
what I'll
site.
do. What time are you going? Are you going live tomorrow or are you doing
No, no, no. I don't know when I'm going live next. I'm silly like that. I'm waiting until like my main thing was with my channel was to just get monetized before I moved because in September uh I'm probably moving to Florida. So that I didn't want to set up a studio here and just have to pack it all up and reset it back up in Florida. So I'm gonna go light on my channel until then. Um but if there's ever a time that you want to come on my channel and we can kick it over there. Let me know. You know,
Yeah,
uh,
absolutely. I like that thing that you did too, that wheel spinning. I
yeah.
think,
Well, that's my
yeah.
monthly giveaway thing, but we can do wheel spinning things for fun too. Just on a regular stream, absolutely, or play bingo. You know, um,
Oh, really?
yeah, yeah, they got bingo too. So,
How does the people get the cards? Like, how would they?
well, they give me 10 numbers, and I take a screenshot of the numbers, and that's pretty much it. And you just have to get, like, I'll say, like, okay, the first person that gets 5 numbers will win this, and then the next person that gets all 10 numbers will win this. So there's no cards. They just pick 10 numbers, and I have the board that comes up on the screen where I randomly pick the numbers out of the thing, and they pop up on the screen. I'll show you one time. It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
It's pretty
they pick
cool.
their own numbers and you write them down, or
Yeah, yeah. I'll write them down or screenshot. The numbers. Or if they put them in my comments, I take Google. Uh, I have a well, I have a police the form now. It's called, where I have them fill out the form that's pinned on my live chat, and they fill it out there, and it goes right to my Google Documents spreadsheet. So I have all the information on one piece of paper. Um,
that sounds cool.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it would be cool too to like do we could, well, yeah, there's loads of things you could do, I guess, on that. It's called Games app. Is that what you said? Or
But the wheel is Wheel of Names, and then the other one is called Let's Play Bingo.
and they're just things that you find on like Play Store, or is that on YouTube?
That's on Google.
Wow, that's
On
pretty cool. I
Google.
like the way you did it too, like the process of elimination. That's smart.
Yeah. And then when you do
Instead of,
screen share, you just bring it right from Google, and you bring it right onto your StreamYard, just like I did with the wheel. I can do that with any of them. I mean, the last one it was lagging because I didn't set up my good camera,
hmm.
and that's why it was lagging. I was using 720. Normally I stream in 1080p. So the last one, it was bad because I was rushed. I was with the kids that day. It was Father's Day.
Right.
Um, so I had just got done with them. I just took a cold shower, came in, wrote all the names down, and just hopped on and didn't set up my good camera. That's why it looks like such crap, and that it
Oh,
was
I didn't
lagging.
think
So
so. I was, like, no, I thought you were fine. You're a good host.
yeah,
You like engage with people and everything, so
yeah,
that it was a cool thing. And it's the funny thing is, you know how like you come in, you're like, oh, am I on the list? And luckily I was, right?
yeah,
But here it is, like you think to yourself, I remember somebody saying, what do we win
yeah.
if you win? And
Hmm.
like, God could be like, yeah, you get beheaded. Like
Yeah,
it could be anything.
yeah. Well, a lot of my audience is Filipino too, so $50 US to them is like 2,500 pesos. That's like, for them, that's I can't go grocery shopping for $50. I spend more than that. But in the Philippines, $50 will buy them a month's worth of groceries. So to them, it's a big deal. You
Right,
know,
right, right.
absolutely. So they look forward to when I do the giveaways. They really do.
But it's
You
just like
know.
human nature to line up for things too. I remember watching like actually it was Oprah Winfrey, and outside of her studio, she had people get in a line, and just like for just to see, and other people just started coming getting in line. And then she had people go up and say, "Oh, what are we waiting in line for?" And people, I don't know. I don't know, you know,
Mm,
just crazy. I remember
yeah,
my daughter, she had lined up her, she had a hermit crab and she lined up, how you get the different painted shells and they can move from shell to shell. So
yeah.
she lined them up in a single file and the freaking hermit crab comes and gets in line with the empty shells. Like
Well,
crazy. Hmm.
yeah, that's something.
Hmm.
But yeah, you know, comment on you know, if you ever want to get a hold of me, comment on any of my videos, and I'll get an alert, and just let me know, if you want to go live or this or that, and we'll make
I'd
it
love
happen.
to. I'd love to
Yeah.
have like like how and I don't mean like a co-host, like, but I mean, yeah, like not, and it doesn't have to be like all the time, but I like how Bobbles keeps her time.
Mhm.
How she has a set time and keeps it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that helps. I
Yeah.
understand what you're saying. I find it hard to do as well.
Yeah.
So that's really good that she does that and that, her people on, that are there too for her. That's
Mhm.
good. And I think, hard to do that though. So she's really got some dedication sticking to a time schedule.
Yeah. I mean, she does get a lot of people in her room, but a lot of the people are in the bushes, and a lot of people are probably um you know coming from other channels to see what's being said. You know what I'm saying? Of course, she has a lot of supporters of her own, but a lot of people that are just there too to sit in the bushes to gather information. That's with every channel. You know,
Yeah, it is. I can't
everybody.
understand why. How long have you been on YouTube doing YouTube?
Um, maybe I don't know. I posted my first video 8 months ago, but I've only been doing it for 2 months.
Also, not that. So you haven't had like. I mean, isn't it so amazing to you when? And I want to say this, and I should say this out in every live stream that I have because if people see me somewhere, okay,
Hmm.
please make sure that it's me because I can honestly tell you that I've been changing my avatar, so that if it's cloned, that, and I know that it's really hard to try to make sure that it's me anymore.
Yeah.
But the only reason I say it is because um, I I'll see people like stop stop coming, and I start think to myself, have I, but not really me, has there been a survivor girl that like launched an attack on them somewhere in their comments or in a live stream? Well, because in their comments it'd be easier to check if it was me because you could click
Yeah.
the avatar. But
Hmm.
in a live stream, that's when you know um, it's I will go to like watch someone's playback of their live, and there I am in there. It's
Yeah,
so
that's happened to
frustrating.
me too. Yeah, it's happened to me too. So,
Isn't it frustrating?
yeah, yeah. I was in a live stream the other day, and I wasn't commenting at all. I was just watching it. It's this channel called 183rd Bees, and
Yeah.
I used to be on his shows every single day, but he's his to me it's gone in a totally different direction. But I just happened to be watching his show the other night, and just but not commenting. But everybody on the channel knows me very well from other channels. So when I heard him say um Sean Mack, salute, salute, and I'm thinking to myself, what? So I look at the screen and I see a Sean Mack saying salute 183rd. And people know that I don't say salute when I say hello to people. I say hi or hey,
That's what
or
they
I
got you
write their,
confused with Tommy.
yeah. people know how I write, so they know that it's not me. You know, you know, yeah, yeah. Tommy
Still,
writes
though, he kind
salute.
of thought it was you, right? Because he said hello.
Who's that?
The guy whose channel it was.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. He kind of yeah, because he sees so many different names of people that say salute on his channel. So
Yeah.
he's not really looking at, what they're writing. He's just looking at the name of the person. So he's been used to me being on his channel that he just knew the name and said my name. Yeah.
So then
But
you know exactly what I mean about when they have you blocked and you can't see
yeah,
the clone. And then next thing you're being pinned on the thing and you're like, huh?
yeah,
And how frustrating it is because you can't see what it's saying and you're trying to tell the, channel owner, that's not me, that's a clone of me. And depending on who it is and if the people recognize, or especially on who it is, because there's been some people who just, I guess think it's funny and will pin shit and then block the real one and pin like, the most, dirty sexual comments and they know damn well that's not me. I'm not
yeah.
gonna say that, you know?
Well, I messaged my friend Billy immediately, who was a mod on that channel, and I told her, I says, that's Sean Mack. That's just, I says, I'm watching him right now. I'm watching the broadcast, but I'm not commenting. I said, that's a shit. I'm like, that's a fake Sean Mack. I'm like, so shoot him. And she did. Um,
Yeah, tough
you know,
with
which was
because
good.
we don't even know. Like we just, you know,
Mm-hmm.
can't even know
Absolutely.
how many. Yeah, and I can't understand the psychological. Um, because the thing is that they don't know that you're there. They also know that you can't see them,
Mm-hmm.
right? So the clone is just doing it to be malicious against it's a personal attack against you,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
right?
But to little of their knowledge, though, I was watching.
Right.
Thankfully, yep.
Hmm.
And I suck. I messaged my friend and I sicked her on him. I said, get him, knock him
But
out.
it
So
just
when,
makes you wonder how many other times, and why. Isn't that
yeah,
crazy? Like what type of like person you're always seem very nice.
mm-hmm,
Always. So it's like and the thing is sometimes the clones aren't even mean.
yeah,
So then you've got this, clone in somebody's live stream
mm-hmm,
and you know, we can not you, but the person kind of looks like the one that's the drama because they've been getting along with this clone for the last freaking half hour. And
yeah,
now the person, the real person walks in and goes, "Oh, that's not even me. and then you're like, "Oh, I don't," So
yeah,
it's very frustrating and I can't wrap my head around it.
mm-hmm.
I really
And you
can't.
don't know how many channels. Like I happened to be there that day to see this take place, but God knows how many other channels that 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 they also went to that I don't know about and what they may have said. But I also can't control that. You know what I'm saying? Do I think it caused a few people to not come to my channel because they sincerely thought it was me? Absolutely. You know, but I can't control that. But I also let my people know because there's a few channels that we all go to, like Tommy being one of them, or I don't know if you know Murph DeKenzo. He has a show too. So all my people will gather there, and I tell them, I'm like, listen, if you see me on this page, or this page, it's not me because I don't go there no more. So they have a good idea now of where I am and where I'm not going to show up. Um,
Just so strange, because
mhm.
I can't understand the obsession of some people. It's crazy because
Yeah.
and before when it was going on before the clones and they were so dirty,
Yeah.
what the people who were actually, behind the whole cloning would do is in the comment section of people's videos go, oh, and that vile, dirty, disgusting mouth survivor girl in so
Mhm.
many places because they were the ones behind it. So they had people with the mindset that, you know, that was normal for me to say, I want to be in the middle of a circle jerk or to talk about WAP, you
Yeah.
know?
Mhm.
And I was like in amazement because just watch my videos then, because even if I mean, I don't talk about WAP. I
Yeah.
didn't even know what WAP was. I thought it was White American Princess,
Hmm.
you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I
Not that
hear
that's
you.
even it, but yeah, like, I don't know. So that's why sometimes I work hard, I try hard on trying to be more positive of a place like you and Tommy D's after
Yeah.
I saw that day, nice people and everything. So I am
Yeah.
trying, but I know that maybe you've noticed like the drop in people, and um, I'm shocked, like, because I feel like either my clone did something to all those people that used to come,
Mhm.
or they really hate me.
Yeah. I would think it's more of a clone, and they thought it was you. You know, that's I would bet, you know, the most amount of money on that being
Because
what it is. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, and I'm not like whining or anything or saying woe is me, but I'm not gonna lie, it kind of hurts,
Yeah.
to look and see like where's like even I Heart Pink
Yeah. Well, we
or
came on very
Dolly.
late tonight. We came on very late tonight,
Yeah, but if you
so
look back at my last couple of lives, you'll see like, and then how like just Lee and I want to be
mhm.
like, what did I do? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And because I don't think I changed.
yeah. If they
I just
rocked with you before, it, there's a good chance that it could have been from a clone because you didn't change nothing that you were doing before. You're doing exactly the same thing that you've always been doing on your lives, you know? So something can influence somebody. I'm not saying that's what happened, but
it's
um,
gotta be because I think the only thing that changed really is that I, lost the, like as if Bob was all of a sudden lost JC Bear or something, like then
hmm
it, then, but you still kind of think in your head, yeah, but the friends that stick by will stick by, and you've been one and everything, and I'm meeting new people as well,
hmm
but I feel like I am swimming against the tide
yeah.
right now.
I would say wait till your next live that you do earlier, because like I said, you did start later tonight, and that's why I made the comment of, you know, either everybody's sleeping or they're out on hot dates. It is a Friday,
Right,
well, it
right.
was a Friday, but so gauge it by your next live that you do earlier, like going live at 8 or 9 p.m. and see who shows up there, and
I did that
um,
at 8 too. I did
yeah.
like I've been watching just to see if it's like in my head. So I did like a morning today. Yeah, I did
hmm
go like 3 times, but not for a long time. Today
Yeah.
tonight was the longest, but um I tried 10, like 10, 10:30, 11, something like that. Okay,
Yeah.
maybe people are at work. Then I did like 8, and if you go back and look, there was like, one person gone. And
hmm
then, which I appreciate wholeheartedly. Um, and then tonight, which we fluctuated between, I think the highest we got was maybe 8, but
Yeah.
I felt like I was trucking along, like, like doing all right. Like I was laughing. We were all, before, like the way it was going on my live stream was positive and I loved it. Like,
Yeah,
and then like the rug got pulled from under me and I'm not even,
yeah.
uh, I'm trying
Like
to keep,
like Dom normally, Dom, he normally pops in. He didn't tonight, maybe because it was a late night. Same thing with a few other people. Um,
yeah. Like once
so
they made like people like once they put the seed in their ear that it was a
hmm
bad atmosphere here, then
hmm
it became a bad atmosphere for people.
yeah.
For the people who got that seed drummed in there. Because what happened, that person who was like writing paragraphs in my comment section after, she was a mod and had
hmm
not the P person, somebody else, but paragraphs, paragraphs, and paragraphs of, what I was doing wrong and why she didn't want to come to my channel. I'm like, okay, fine, but can you like keep it down? Like, I hear ya, but you don't have
Yeah.
to like, because other
Announce it to
people
the
then
world.
were going, oh, you know what? I agree with you. I'm not going back either.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel you.
yeah.
hmm
And then, uh, um, what what I'm looking at to me seems kind of pretty evident. Like I was reading exactly word for word of what that woman was bitching about me, and it was because I laughed in Angie's live stream. Not about her. I was making a joke on myself. Like I didn't even know the lady watches me
hmm
go to other live streams. I didn't even know that. But like how, and then she pauses and was venomous. Uh, how fucking dare you? Oh no, who the fuck do you think you are for laughing in a live stream? Like,
Yeah.
and that's word for word. Like I wrote word for word, and it was for commentary purposes only. So if I was like writing a script, I'd go, well, that don't doesn't sound like she's doing much bad. And then I don't know if you heard when somebody said, oh yeah, she really hits low. She was ranting about her bad childhood and how her mother, like, that's just
Yeah. Mm.
meanness. And I keep trucking, I keep trucking, and I appreciate you, you know, still coming here. Don't give up on me because I'm trying to get it back to the way it was, and you
Yeah.
know, you know what I mean. I enjoyed tonight's chat because I've been sitting up here like a couple of nights just talking, trying to keep entertained.
Yep.
Um,
That's what you got to do. You live once. You got to try to enjoy yourself and make the best of it. There's too much. Life can be too much, too short. You nor I or anybody is guaranteed tomorrow. So you got to live for today and make the best of it. You know.
I agree. I
Yep.
agree. I just can't understand somebody's best of it being, ruining it for somebody else. Like, why care? Like, I understand you don't have to care that it's great, but don't care that it's to make it awful. You know,
Yeah.
just, you know, just do your best and enjoy everything and let somebody else enjoy their life too. Like, couldn't I have just enjoyed my live streams and, what I was doing? Like, couldn't we have just all enjoyed what was going on? Was it too much to ask? Like, not, because not only thinking about what they say and making people mad, it's hurting people who are my friends because they think that it's me saying it to them.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
true. That's
yeah,
true. Yeah. No, I hear you
and
100%.
yeah. And so they're not even looking at the whole picture that even if they like the person that they're playing their little trick on, they're hurting their feelings still.
Hmm.
because, they're trying to think, why would she say something like that?
Yep.
Whatever. Whatever. Thank you for letting me vent. You're like Dr. Phil right there.
That's
Appreciate it.
all good. It's all good. We all got to do it sometimes.
Yeah, I was just a little vent. I wasn't bashing people. I was just talking, you know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you so much. My phone is at 11% and it's been plugged in the whole time. It's like fucking ridiculous.
All good. I'll drop down, but it was good talking to you. And
If you want to drop your link too before you get out, I know there's not, but still, I'll leave the live stream up and people can
yeah,
get your link out of there. I always hope people can, like, I don't get discouraged by it being a low number. I'll think to
yeah,
myself, maybe they'll watch playback. Maybe that's it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I put my other phone on the charger. I'm outside smoking a cigarette now, so I'm not worried about dropping a link, but thank you anyways. It's all good.
You know what? My cat would have never got up there. My cat
Yeah.
doesn't. My cat Lulu. Remember the earlier on tonight live stream
Uh-huh.
when we heard that plate drop?
Yeah.
Yeah, my cat would. My cat Lulu wouldn't have got up there because
So what was it, a ghost?
I don't know. What was the
Yeah.
plate? And I don't even know. And I'm going to tell you
Yeah.
honestly, I
Mm-hmm.
haven't even seen this plate in a while. Like I don't even know where it like came from because I haven't seen this plate in a while. But it must have been up here somewhere where the cat and Lulu never jumps up on shelves or anything. I've never seen her jump up on a shelf or, she'll jump up on a chair or the couch, but nothing high. And that's really weird.
Mm,
Yeah. Because, yeah. Huh.
that
Strange.
is.
Yeah, it
That
is.
is.
Hmm.
It's
All right.
it's already getting light out by me. It's 4:30 and it's already getting light out.
420 and no, oh, you don't smoke weed. You're like recovered. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
did for many years, but now with my heart, I can't, but
Do you have a bad heart?
yeah, yeah. I got uh I can't even think straight. It's 4 o'clock. It's way past my bedtime, SG. You see what you did to me here?
I'm sorry. A heart murmur?
No, no. Cardio. I can't think of it now. Worse than that. I've had a heart murmur my whole life. Um, I can't even think of it right now. Um,
Well, you can think of it overnight, and then you can
uh-huh.
tell me. Okay. All
Yeah.
right.
All
All
right.
right.
Have a good night. I'll talk to you later.
Peace, love, and tacos, and peace, love,
All
and
right.
tacos, everybody. All right.
Yeah. Have a
See
good
ya.
night.
Good night. Good night, everyone.